Please note that this content is for adults only. Viewer discretion advised. If you haven't yet, hit the subscribe, like, and share. Hello everyone and welcome back to another live trial day with me, Grizzly K. This is Grizzly True Crime and this is day 4 of the Christine Banfield trial happening in Fairfax, Virginia. And while the state said this will be a 4-week trial, it appears it'll be not even a 2-week trial, because on the last day that we were together on day 3, before a long weekend for the jury, given Martin Luther King Jr. Day was a holiday yesterday, right? And then on Friday, they also didn't have court, right? Something like that. Anyway, they said on day 4 they're going to rest. They said they've got 2 more witnesses. The one would take about an hour, the other one about 15 minutes, and then they plan to rest. And I'm like, okay, so by 4 weeks you meant 4 days? Or it's like, I did not expect it to go this quickly at all. Do you think the state has proven their case? I mean, there's a lot that they've shown, but wow. Quite hectic, hey? Okay, hold on. Lady, me, she, her, 120 says, my 72nd birthday and I'm feeling blessed. Happy birthday to you. Thank you for being here with us. Now, let me bring up day 4 so we can start seeing what do they have today. Is it Uncle Google? Is Uncle Google taking the stand? Someone says, beautiful day, says, I think it's proven. Okay. Yeah, Bon James says, they are resting? That's what they said. On day 3, they're resting on day 4. We were like, okay. And Heidi Van Dijk, thank you for your €6 sticker. Really appreciate that as well. All right, wait, let me just find the start of this quickly so we can go from here. Okay. Put the sound on.
You're going to have the voir dire of your expert, correct?
Judge, we would call Iris
before
Dalley Graff.
All right, right, before you do that, I just want to make sure, are you just moving her in as a expert in blood spatter? Because the response to your motion seemed to be that way. I just want to make sure.
It's blood spatter and forensic analysis.
What do you mean by forensic analysis? I think that's where Mr. Carroll and I are a little confused.
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't realize the court had any confusion after our last motion. I thought we were clear that she's going to testify to the matter that was produced in her report. Mr. Carroll has had a copy of that. It is blood spatter analysis. Right, and how
spatter, yes.
That appears on the crime scene.
Okay, so that's all.
Yes.
I mean, there was a part of her report that talked about firearm reconstruction.
We are not going into that at all.
I think that was the main concern of Mr. Carroll.
That was part of the concerns, Judge, and when they basically...
Thank you.
Sorry, the wanderer.
That's okay.
That was part of the concerns, Judge, but when they withdrew their report or they committed to not presenting the report, then we didn't really enter into some of the other aspects. Some of the other aspects that I would want to address are there are some leaps made in that report regarding the bloodstain pattern analysis, and there's some areas where evidence is linked. But
I understand, but is that just a cross-examination thing, or is that qualifying her as an expert?
If I will say this. If it's just blood spatter analysis, then I've looked over her credentials, and I think that aside from a couple of questions, I'm not going to have any objection to it, but I do need to ask a few questions.
Okay, yeah, I understand you have to ask a few questions, but it doesn't seem like that's something we have to do outside the presence of the jury if they're not going into shooting construction, reconstruction. I don't know, I'm asking you, because it just seems like it's more of you're going to object to some of the questions she might be asked, or something along the lines, but not to her expertise in blood spatter.
Blood spatter, I don't have an objection to her expertise.
All right.
And just to clarify, so we're using the correct language, it is blood stain pattern analysis.
That's fine, blood stain pattern analysis. You don't have an objection to that,
no
correct?
Objection, no. I believe that's...
All right, I think we can do that in front of the jury then, just to save a little time. After I read your response to the motion, I just want to make sure we were on the same page, because it seemed like we were not on the same page.
Understood.
Now we're on the same page. Okay, excellent. So any other preliminary matters before the jury comes out?
No, Your Honor.
No, ma'am.
Okay, let's get the jury.
Yeah, bring in the jury. Now, so much could happen today. Look at him. There's the defendant. He just... the way that he's looking the whole time, so is presumed innocent unless proven guilty in a court of law. But if I may comment on his desperation as he looks at the jury and a little bit of his sneaky side eye, is he going to take the stand? Let's see what you guys voted. I asked on a poll, if you're watching live with me, do you think the defendant will take the stand? 27% said yes, and 73% said no. Do I think he'll take the stand? I think he's quite the coward if I just read the room. But do I think he should? Yes. Why? Because we'd like to see it. But also because how else is he going to counteract Juliana's story? Because Juliana seems to be the strongest evidence the state has against him. Now, what the jury could also consider is, well, Juliana took a plea. So knowing that she could face life in prison if she went to trial, to me that shows guilt, that you know you could have faced life in prison, so you turned on the other one. Interesting to consider if I was on the jury, but I think if he stands any chance of swaying any of the jurors, he's got to get up there. He's got to get up there. But let's see what the state has for today, right?
All right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All right, the Commonwealth's next witness.
Judge, we would call Iris Dalley Graff.
Is somebody going to get Ms. Griff?
I lost my witness. Right?
You don't have your runner.
Thank you, Kathy Luna. Okay, let me pause before we start. We're going to concentrate. Okay, Kathy Luna, you said no ad fund. Thank you so much for contributing to the no ad fund. It's because of people like you that there's no ads every 6 minutes, you know, on these long live streams. I really, really appreciate it. Also, thank you to the 6 people who have now joined the Lighthouse tier here on the membership: Crispy Koala, Rowdy Tap Diva, Sir Bolden Snarky, Violet Storm, Forrest Nelson, and Amanda Hartman. Thank you so much.
Bless you.
Are we there yet? My word. Betsy says, can they take back Juliana's plea deal based on the way she testified? I think she was cooperating with the state, so I don't think they will. But can the judge? Yes, I think so. Jane Strode said 100% proven, but he should still take the stand to call Juliana out. Yeah, right? We want to hear his side of the story. You can't just not talk. Look at him. Say something.
Stand right here, face down, quick, raise your right hand.
Do you swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case under penalty of law?
I do. Thank you. Why don't you stand up now? Have a seat.
All right, good morning, ma'am. How are you?
Fine, how are you?
I'm well. Could you please state and spell your full name for the court record?
Okay. Iris Dalley Graff. Iris, I-R-I-S, Dalley, D-A-L-L-E-Y, Graff, G-R-A-F-F.
All right, thank you. Can you tell us about your current occupation and where you're currently employed?
I'm self-employed. My husband and I have a forensic training and consulting business.
What is the name of that business?
Graff Investigative and Forensic Training.
Thank you. How long have you been employed as a forensic analyst?
Basically going back to 1989, not all of it with the same employee.
Can you tell us a little bit about your employment history? Where else have you worked?
Well, in law enforcement, I began in 1989 with the Oklahoma State Bureau of Investigation, where I was a sworn agent for the state. Began in the criminalistics division, people commonly refer to as the crime lab. I did crime scene investigation and forensic serology and microscopy. I'm trying to think what else. Eventually added to that bloodstain pattern analysis, trajectory and shooting analysis, forensic animation, graphics in analysis, a lot of things. Eventually focusing just as a crime scene agent, where I did just the crime scene investigation, everything associated with that, and without the additional bench work in the laboratory. Left that to be, when I retired from the Bureau after 20 years, then I was a member of another company that's a forensic consulting company until, I believe it was 2016, that we separated, and my husband and I have our own company.
All right. And that company that you worked for after the Bureau, what were your responsibilities there?
Well, in that company, I was one of the founding members of that company, and we did primarily analysis of crime scene information, especially bloodstain pattern analysis and shooting analysis, those kinds of things.
All right. Who were your clients in working for that company?
It was open. It was law enforcement or anyone who was interested, anyone who wanted assistance. So some of the clients were prosecutors, some were defense attorneys, some were individuals who something happened to someone and they wanted an expert opinion. So sometimes it was private individuals. We also did a lot of training, which I still do, and we have open enrollment, so anybody who wants to sign up for a class can. Most of our clientele there are law enforcement, however, have had attorneys, prosecutors, defense attorneys, defense investigators.
Sorry, did he also learn to do an involuntary snarky brow over the weekend? Bro, you doing that at the camera? You looking at us? Because we're looking at you. My goodness. I must apologize, Grizzlies. I didn't turn on closed captions today. And YouTube needs to work on that. Once I click go live, I can't do anything about it. Isn't that stupid? I cannot like now toggle it on. So I'm so sorry about that. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually just going to boost the sound slightly, and then I can play with it as we go if we need to go a little bit louder or softer, okay? So sorry about that.
We had a medical doctor in one, a coroner. So it's open to whoever wants to put forth the effort to be in the course and do the things we require.
Is that the same type of training you provide now through Graff Investigation and Training?
Yes.
All right. Do you teach anywhere else outside of the classes that you teach for your company?
Haven't been in recent years, haven't been employed, like if you mean like a university or something like that, no.
Okay. But you had in the past, is that correct?
In the past, I was an adjunct professor at a university while I was also a public school teacher.
All right. Do you belong to any professional organizations?
Yes.
Which organizations do you belong to?
The International Association of Identification, which is the largest and oldest of the forensic professional organization. The International Association of Bloodstain Pattern Analysts. The Association for Crime Scene Reconstruction. The Rocky Mountain Division of the Bloodstain Pattern Analysis.
And let me ask you, have you held a board position with any of these organizations?
Yes.
And what was that position?
Well, with the International Association of Identification, I was on the crime scene certification board for a year. With the International Association of Bloodstain Pattern Analysis, I was president for 2 terms. With the Association of Crime Scene Reconstruction, I was the secretary for about a dozen years. I didn't keep track.
Okay, thank you. Have you ever testified as an expert before?
Yes.
All right, and have you testified in Fairfax County as an expert?
Yes, I have.
All right. Can you tell me a little bit about bloodstain pattern analysis and how it fits within what you've described to us as your experience as a forensic analyst?
Well, blood stains are common in any violent scene. So we look at blood and what blood does. Blood is a fluid, as it is in its natural environment in your body. And as a fluid, we can look at it in terms of the science of fluid dynamics. What do fluids do? That's what blood does. So based on that, we do a lot of experimentation and things to see what blood does on specific surfaces with under specific types of forces applied to the blood. We look at all the characteristics of blood to include how blood moves, how it forms margins along the surface of a pattern, why that margin is formed that way, the consistency of blood and how that changes over time, what happens to blood, especially when it's airborne, and what shape it is in the air, and that because that determines what shape it will be on the target surface, so that when we see a blood stain on a target surface, we can determine, one, whether or not it was airborne, and if it was airborne, then we can determine something about how it formed this pattern and sometimes where it came from. So to identify the general trajectory of the blood from the source. And then, of course, combine that with things like the DNA analysis that tell us something about who the blood could or could not have come from.
So let me stop you there. With an understanding of how bloodstain pattern analysis fits into forensics, the education and work experience you've described for us, does that give you the ability to be an expert in bloodstain pattern analysis?
Yes.
Okay. Judge, at this time, I would offer Ms. Dalley Graff as an expert in bloodstain pattern analysis.
All right, Mr. Carroll, you wish to voir dire?
Your Honor, actually, I don't have any objection to her qualification as an expert in blood stain pattern.
I'm sorry. It's just the jury has trouble hearing you.
I apologize, Judge. Judge, I don't have an objection to her qualifications as an expert in blood stain pattern analysis.
All right, then so moved as an expert in that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so back to a little bit more about blood stains. Can you explain to us the different types of blood staining that we might see present at a crime scene? Flow, spatter, transfer. Can you tell us what those are?
Well, there are a lot of different end results of bloodshed, and they can sort of be categorized according to what the final bloodstain looks like. But in doing the analysis, I look at all the characteristics of the stain and then see which mechanisms can be excluded. So, for example, as I've already referred to, if blood is airborne, the stains that will be created from that are going to be circular or elliptical. That's because blood in flight actually breaks into spheres as it leaves the source. Well, a sphere is circular, so if it hits a surface, that stain will be either circular or elliptical, depending on the angle. Then we look at a lot of others. By the way, that is called spatter, if it's circular and elliptical, and there are various things that will cause that. Another type is contact stains. That is, blood on one surface comes in contact with another surface. We call that a transfer because blood is transferred from one object to the other. And then depending on things like the volume of blood and the texture of the surfaces that come in contact with each other, the shape of the object, then the transfer may be actually a pattern that reflects the original surface. That will be, by the way, will be a surface stain. We also have to look at the surface itself. Is it absorbent? If it's absorbent, then blood as a fluid will diffuse along the fibers. It's called capillary action. So it may be somewhat distorted if it's an absorbent surface. If it's not an absorbent surface, well, then we look at those issues, because now you're going to have a different look at the margins in particular. We look at contact stains that happen with motion, because if there's motion that pushes blood across the surface, one of the things that does is there's a displaced volume of blood, and you end up seeing little, what looks like lines through the pattern. We call those striations. That's an indication of movement. We can look at the overall pattern and see whether or not blood was on the surface and then that blood got moved, that something pushed the blood, or that blood is on some other surface that comes in contact with motion, in which case we call that a swipe. That is that some of the blood then will be transferred as it's in motion. Again, there will be striations because that's what shows us motion. And then that will have a displacement of volume, so the volume is not consistent all the way across there. Depending on the surface, there may be a really feathering at one end or the other, but you also have some places where the liquid blood forms a margin. And so you can see those are a little bit smoother edges, but across the pattern, sometimes you can tell generally the surface, what the surface was that pushed it onto the transferred surface. Flow is simply blood that's on a surface and it's under gravity. So if a blood drop or a volume of blood is on a non-absorbent surface, then gravity will cause that blood to go downward, whichever way down is. So that if it's on contours, it'll follow the contours, but always going down if it's flow. It will have generally parallel margins, generally a consistent volume of blood across from margin to margin until it gets to a stopping place, basically. That can be because it went down, say, going down a wall and hits the floor. And then you have a little pooling, depending on the volume. You may or may not have pooling, but you can see that it's associated with the flow. There are several types of contact patterns that can happen. So we look at it in the context of the scene. What do we know about the blood that's here? And we look at like the condition of the blood. If sometimes we look at drying times and how, if we know approximately when the blood shed, what does it look like now? Which means you also look at the metadata of the images to determine when was the image created. Is this an aberration of the delayed time in recording the image, or is it something that's actually part of what was originally there, and so forth? So it has to be taken in context of the scene.
Okay.
I think this is going to be important, of course, for those stains that they found on Brendan Banfield's pants, because that might help to prove that he was the one that stabbed Christine. So this would be a very important witness in that case. I do also want to say, if this is the first day that you're watching this trial with me, then you might not know that all the other days the audio was a little bit sketchy as well. It's a little bit, almost from the court feed, like the gain of the mic is too high. So it's almost like a little bit distorted, no matter how loud or soft you make it from our side. You know what I mean? So just bear with it. I'm grateful there's cameras in the courtroom and that we can hear. But I think it's actually improved a little bit today. Just a little bit. But let me not jinx it. Just letting you know. Thanks for being here.
Let's, for a moment, talk about cast-off as it pertains to spatter. What does that mean to you?
Well, cast-off is another form of actually spatter. It's circular and elliptical stains. Again, blood in flight will break up into spheres as it travels through the air. And if it comes off of a surface of some moving object, which is where the term cast off comes from, that some object with blood on it moves, blood comes off in a column, and because of the motion, you see it landing on a surface as a linear distribution. Characteristics you look at in the possibility of cast off is you're looking for circular elliptical stains with a progressive change in shape. so that if it hits at the surface at 90 degrees, it's going to be circular. If it hits at an angle, then it's going to be more elliptical. So if blood comes off of something that's moving, then you'll see this progressive change from circular to elliptical in some type of a linear distribution. So it can be a straight line or it can be a curved line, but clearly a line. So that would be a way that you look at to identify cast off.
Okay. Did you have the opportunity to review photographs, video, and objects from the scene of the crime that was created when Christine Banfield and Joseph Ryan were killed?
I did look at documentation specifically in the bedroom and items collected from that bedroom.
Okay. In your analysis, did you have the opportunity to look at the autopsy of Christine Banfield?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and did you make any observations of the 8 knife wounds that she sustained, the 2 cutting wounds and the 6 stab wounds?
Your Honor, I'd object to the observations from the ME's report.
All right, if you want to approach, let's
Sure.
Southern Academy says, PSA, sound is not quite. It's quite, but not quite. No, it's not bad. Thank you so much for your sticker there. While we wait, I could just go forward, but what I really want to do, if I may, quickly, is just set up the coffees. So just hold on one second. Please, you're going to do this live with me. Where is it? This one. Okay. So you're going to see a blue screen appear quickly. There you go. Don't want to put that over the trial. Did it work? Didn't work. Okay. I wanted to put the mud coffees on there. Come on, man. Hold on one second. Let's try this one. Okay. Did that one work? It did not. YouTube is being naughty today. Anyway. Wow, that sunshine in this courtroom. Shame. Look at the sunlight beaming in here. These poor people, they need sunglasses for this courtroom. My goodness, it's much more full today. I guess because people, they don't know what the outcome of today could be. Like today, it could be, okay, the state rests after 2 witnesses. That's the plan. And then what? Will the defense have a case? Will Brendan get on the stand? Will they have witnesses? Or are they going to say, the defense rests? Oh my word. If so, then like what? Are we going to jury instructions and closing arguments and verdict watch? So much could happen today. We'll have to just wait and see, right? Okay. Interesting. All right. Brendan Banfield. By the way, his birthday is on the 23rd of Feb. The crime was committed on February 24th of 2023. So a day after his birthday. Random fact.
And Judge, I am going to ask the question a different way if it has the same objection. Ms. Dalley Graff, when you looked at the autopsy for Christine Banfield, did you have the opportunity to observe the injuries that were documented? In the
Yes.
report? Okay. And did that information help to inform your opinion about the blood evidence that you observed in the bedroom through the photographs and documents you were provided?
Well, the autopsy report itself doesn't inform me as far as looking at the blood stains, the characteristics of the blood stains, and evaluating possible mechanisms for the blood stains. Another.
Okay. So then we'll move on from that. Talking about Joseph Ryan, in review of the autopsy of Joseph Ryan, as well as the photographs from the scene and the officer's body-worn camera videos, did you make any observations of the location of the blood on Joseph Ryan's face?
Yes.
Okay. Judge, at this time, I would like to display Commonwealth's Exhibit Sorry, give me just a moment.
Don't you love it when someone writes, I'm not victim blaming, but, and then proceeds to victim blame? Okay, we don't do that here. Just a little announcement, just a little reminder, okay? Shame. That's so awkward being up there just waiting. Probably with Brendan Banfield going.
Ready this morning.
See, Bill Gates he's messing with the courtroom. Like YouTube is with me. Listen here. Lucas says, yes, I saw the victim blaming. Yeah, but did you see the statement before that? I'm not victim blaming, but you are. Oh, but you are. Oh dear. Okay. That's why we like to start a little later. Could skip over this technical difficulty.
All right, Judge, I'd like to display Commonwealth's 238
Okay, here we go.
to the witness and to counsel. And this would be admitted, this would be offered under seal.
All right, any objection to 230? It disappeared.
I know it disappeared because I have to,
All
I
right.
have to be creative here for just a moment.
Any objection to 238? Under seal? Yes, that's fine.
My word.
But one of the
Enhance the color
Okay, here we
in
go.
this photo.
I may have shifted the histogram to make things more visible. I don't recall specifically, but one of the things because part of what I do is analyze from video as well as from still images, and if things are in shadow, then you can simply shift the histogram to make them a little more visible, which also sometimes increases the contrast.
Okay.
But I didn't add to the color or detract from the color. I simply shifted to make more or less visible, and without seeing the video in its raw format, I couldn't tell you exactly whether any of that is in this particular image.
Okay.
So we're not going to see the image then. Sorry, wait. Pausing the lady on her nice frame. Sure, Bear said, so excited to be back. Went through withdrawals over the long weekend. Well, I hope you watched my other content. I was live quite a bit. Yes. There were videos, there were shorts, there were live streams going on in other cases. I hope you watched that. Thank you so much for your support and your sticker.
I see that there is a shadow on the right-hand side of the photo. If you had adjusted the histograph, would you still see that shadow, or would that have been removed?
Excuse me? I'm sorry. All of us have trouble hearing you when you did that.
I would object to leading.
All right, leading?
Judge, I asked if she had adjusted, would the shadow be removed? It's a yes or no question. It doesn't suggest its answer.
A yes or no question would be leading, correct?
Not if it doesn't suggest the answer.
All right, I'll overrule the objection. Go ahead. You can answer it, ma'am.
Okay.
Do you want me to ask again?
Yeah, because I'm not sure what I've heard was a yes or no.
Sure. The shadow that we see to the right in this photograph, If you had adjusted the histograph, if I'm saying that correctly, would you still see the shadow?
In adjusting the histogram, some of the shadow, not necessarily all of it, is removed so that if there was a shadow, say, across the face, then it may be shifted just enough to reveal that without actually taking out all of the shadow.
Okay, but you did not change the color. Did you change the color of the blood in this photo?
I didn't.
Okay. Did you change the color of Mr. Ryan's skin in this photo?
No.
Did you change the positioning of his body in this photo
No.
or any of the objects around his body?
No.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, I would offer the photo as evidence.
Any objection? If you want to approach, again, I need you to use.
Okay, just checking that they're not showing anything graphic. Carrie said, I'm guessing that due to the photos being of blood on Joe's face, we won't see it. Yes, thank goodness then. Okay, so now they're approaching again. Off we go.
Judge, if we can terminate the display. If you have it. I'm just going to move on, but I need to use it later. No, I need, like, can you get the actual frame? Thank you. All right. Judge, if I can have what I'd like to have identified as Commonwealth's 170 displayed to counsel and the witness. All right, so let's look at your figure 16. Embedded is the original photograph and then a photograph that you have made markings on, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, do you recognize that photograph?
Yes.
Okay. Judge, at this time, I would offer into evidence as Commonwealth's 170 under seal this item.
Any objection to this?
Yes, Your Honor. I'm happy to
Yeah, if you want to approach, that's fine.
approach.
Whew, slow start to this day. Again, I'm glad we started. That's why I like to start just 15 minutes late or so even, so we can go forward. Huda Mubarak said if he was going to testify, it would have been clear from the opening statements. Not necessarily. I mean, they remember when they're like, Donna Adelson, she's definitely going to testify, and she didn't. Same with Brian Walsh. Same thing. They implied, and he didn't. Now, some of them surprised us and did, like Nicholas Casodas. Oh my goodness. Do you know that we've watched 25 trials together? Oh my word. I was like, how many trials have we as the Grizzly True Crime community here, the Grizzlies, how many trials have we watched together? 25? I don't think I would have guessed that. Would have guessed like 12. 25, wow.
All right, Judge, I'd like to cast to the witness and counsel what I would have identified as Commonwealth 171. Ms. Dalley Graff, do you recognize this photo?
Yes,
Okay. Is this the photo that you received from crime scene, specifically Fairfax County detectives, to perform your analysis?
this is one of the photographs that was included.
Okay. And I'm going to zoom in and take you over to the lower right-hand corner of the photograph. Are you able to see Mr. Ryan's face in the corner of the photograph?
Yes,
Okay. Judge, at this time, the Commonwealth would offer, it's Commonwealth 171, the original crime scene photograph, and we would offer that under seal.
Any objection to 171? All right, 171 under seal.
Okay. So can you tell when this picture was taken relative to other pictures that you looked at in
yes,
terms of the progression of events?
yes.
Okay, and when was this picture taken?
What's your legal objection?
Foundation.
All right.
Judge, I asked if she could tell when, relative to the other pictures she has received, this photo was taken. I'd like to, I believe her answer is not going to be a time and date. It's going to be, again, relative to what else was occurring at the crime scene to explain the location that we see here.
I'm going to sustain the objection. Next
Okay,
question.
that's fine. What do you see on Mr. Ryan's hand
I'm sorry, on Mr. Ryan's.
in this photograph? What do you see on Mr. Ryan's hand?
Yes, the right hand is bagged.
Okay, and if I zoom back out, what is he laying on, as best you can tell?
I believe it's,
I'm sorry, Judge, I object. I don't think you can walk it through.
Your legal objection.
My objection is foundational. It's
Okay.
also leading.
All right, I'll sustain as to leading. Your next question.
Sure. All right, let's just talk about his face. What did you observe about Mr. Ryan's face and the blood on it?
that his blood, I'm sorry, his face is basically covered in blood. In this particular image, I'm looking especially at under the chin because the overall solid, if you will, blood pattern ends at the chin.
Objection, Your Honor. She's going beyond the scope of the question. She's asked, what did you notice about the?
No, I'll overrule that objection. Oh, okay, that's good.
Please continue.
So I see, in addition to the solid covering of blood over the face, that on the chin and down towards the neck, there are flows, multiple flows, and they are not all in the same direction. In particular, I see a flow coming from the heavier stained up on the face, going under the chin and toward the, from the left side towards the right side, and down kind of towards the right shoulder. And that would indicate a direction or an orientation at the time the flow occurred, because flows always go downward. I see some that are coming from the right side. If we go over to kind of in front of...
Non-responsive to the question.
Judge, she's describing her observations of the blood flows. There are several. She's working her way through those
Overruled.
observations.
Overruled, good.
Please continue.
So I see a flow that's coming down from the face that appears relative to the body, pretty much vertical, that is going from just in front of the right ear, basically, and then coming down towards the neck, more to the center of the neck, so that would have been upright at one point. So those are two different directions, but there are multiple flows. And just as a point that only liquid blood flows, dry blood doesn't move. So at the time the blood was wet, that indicates that that portion of the head was in different positions. But each of those separately has to have occurred when the when that surface was more upright, that is, so that the blood flows down. So the direction of the flow was downward at the time the flow occurred.
Did you make any markings on your figure 16 that highlighted your observations?
I'm sorry, I don't know which is my figure 16.
Sorry.
But
Let me do this, Judge, at this time, if we can remove the photograph from the display. And if I can cast to the witness and to counsel. Just one moment. Commonwealth's 170. Do you recognize this photo?
yes,
Is this your figure 16?
yes,
And are the green markings those that you made to reference the things that you've just spoken about?
yes. I added the green arrows showing directionality of some of the flows.
All right, Judge, at this,
So I think this is making the defense work extra hard, because this would then prove that they staged the scene, which is what the state is alleging. That after Joseph Ryan was shot, after Christine Banfield was stabbed, then they tried to make it look like Joseph Ryan's the one who stabbed Christine and staged the scene, moved his arms, put blood on him, Christine's blood on him, and things like that. So this will be interesting. Professor Tarfeather said, you can clearly see that Brendan has cast off blood on his jeans, right? So they're probably going to get to that as well. So this could be interesting. This could be a turning point for the jury if they're on the fence, right?
this time, the Commonwealth would offer into evidence as Commonwealth's 170 under seal, figure 16.
All right, I'll sustain the objection.
All right. Judge, is the court's software working to be able to have Ms. Graff draw on the picture in front of
Yes.
her and then have it printed out?
Yes.
All right. Ms. Graff, turning back to what was admitted as Commonwealth's 171. If I can have that published to the jury. Sorry, just one second. It skipped ahead. Can you mark with your finger on the screen in front of you the location of the blood flow and the directionality that you just discussed?
Okay, there are multiple flows. So just to demonstrate, if this works. Ooh, sorry, it's very wide mark and the flow is very narrow. But for one, and then there's that's going from the chin, from the left side of the chin down towards the right. There's a second one that's somewhat parallel to the previous. Then there's from the, what I discussed before, from in front of the right ear going down. There's a couple of them there. There's a couple that are coming from the right cheek that are going a little bit to the left.
Okay, thank you. Judge, I would like to offer the marked photo into evidence as Commonwealth's 170.
What, I already have a 170. You want to make 172?
Uh,
Oh, wait, because you had showed a different picture for 170 with the marks already there.
Correct. So can we do that as 170A?
178? Okay.
Thank you.
You have to hit the print there. It's printing.
Sorry, Judge, there is not a print button.
It's printing.
I'm sorry?
It's printing.
Okay.
Should be below you.
Yep. But I would let you know nothing is happening.
Okay. It takes a couple minutes, so you can go on to your next question.
Okay. All right, So if I can drop the display, please. Kelly, were you able to isolate?
And there's no objection to 170A, is that correct?
Just email it to me.
All right, 170A.
No objection.
Okay, thank you.
I'm going to close the poll. Do you think the defendant will take the stand? 26% yes, 74% no. We shall see later what happens. Ms. TN81 said, I can't remember, is this guy ex-military too or just FBI? I think he was a federal IRS agent. Armed federal IRS agent. I don't think military. I didn't hear anything about military. Did you? Did anyone hear that? I don't. My word. Damn.
Which folder? Just in the folder. Voting exhibits.
I'm going to wonder it out loud. I wonder if these are his parents. This guy kind of looks a little bit like him, right? I don't know. I don't have confirmation. I'm just now looking who's in the courtroom. Who can we see? Yeah, Linda Materi says Juliana putting the child in the basement and then going upstairs to participate in the crime is damning, right? There was no reason for her to go up there too. Even Brendan could have said, just stay in the basement and let me go check out what this intruder is doing here, if that was the real story. Shame, lady, shame, shame. I feel your pain. It's never nice, okay? When there's technical problems and you have thousands of people watching you. It's like, okay. That's how her face looks right now. Just like, I feel your pain, lady. I'm so sorry. Have you considered maybe turning off the computer and turning it on again? My husband is a software engineer.
Judge.
He's really great at IT, right? So I have no patience with computers. None. Okay, none. So if something goes wrong, I'm like, quickly gonna call him. He's like, have you considered unplugging it and replugging it in? Turning it off and turning it on. I'm like, don't ask me that. Of course I've done that. But that's what they're gonna do here. Judge, we need some time. Put the cameras off. Yeah, shame.
Between the printer and
Got a cat hair on my nose.
Additional photo. I might request for 5 minutes to.
Okay.
We can go ahead and take our morning recess early. Is
Thank
that what
you.
you'd like to do?
Yes, it is.
Let's go ahead and take a 15-minute recess so she can
Thank
get the
you.
pictures taken care of.
Why can't we just stare at the lady and see how long she can just keep her cool? Keep her cool. Shame. I wouldn't wish that on anyone.
Just don't talk to anybody about the case and don't do any outside research, okay?
I think you guys have been there with me a few little times when something's gone wrong and it's like, oh dear. Okay, well, sure took that recess. Look at him, he's a very good boy today. That's how he's standing. I'm a very good boy. He really looks like textbook definition of a man-child. I don't know, I'm sorry about that.
11:10 then? Ma'am, since you are under, you're testifying now, please don't discuss your testimony with anybody to include the prosecutors at this point, okay? Do you
Okay.
understand?
You said to include prosecutors?
Right, you can't talk to anybody about your testimony now because you're in the middle of your testimony.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. All right.
All rise, please.
They said 11:10, so it's already 11:11. They're coming back now. We're going to skip right over this. Let me just quickly read some of your comments, okay? Let's see. Stefan said, either reboot the laptop or praying might help. Shame. Quite hectic, hey? Okay, so Mary says, thank you for being, firstly, a member for 10 months. You say, can you tell me if they know or think if Christine was killed before the male victim entered the house? The state's timeline alleges that Joseph Ryan was lured there, okay, that he went into the home as he was instructed to do. Brendan's the one who unlocked, and let me write that on my list. I'm writing down things that make him very, very guilty in my opinion, even though he's presumed innocent unless proven guilty in a court of law. Okay, unlocked the door, unlocked front door. That was Brendan Banfield using Christine's phone, and Christine's phone was found in the kitchen drawer downstairs. Okay, so anyway, they allege that Joseph Ryan went into the house as they had been messaging. That's what he should do. And that when he went upstairs to the bedroom, did you know, I watched, I think it was like an NBC, I don't know, some kind of talk about the case, right? And there's a guy there that had been to all the pretrial hearings and everything, and he said that Christine was on the floor. That's why there was so much blood on the floor, meaning like she didn't get stabbed on the bed, which then is strange based on what Juliana said. But they said Christine was on the floor. The point is, when Brendan and Juliana apparently walked into the room, then Brendan announced himself as like police, and he was of course armed, so was Juliana. She had a Glock in her pocket, even though she tiptoed to the safe to pretend to get it over there. Got a towel, as Brendan asked. Oh, let me keep this up so you know what I'm answering. So they say that they shot Joseph Ryan, and then Brendan stabbed his wife. That's the allegation, right? And then Joseph Ryan was still moving, so Juliana shot him. So the second shot was Juliana, the fatal shot. That's why she was arrested first, because they could prove that based on her gun and all that. Okay, so that is it. So you said, can you tell me if they know or think if Christine was killed before the male victim entered the house? So no. What I just said is what they think. According to the state's timeline, all the documents, everything that happened before this, that's what they think, right? Okay, so now let's go forward. Wait. I don't want to miss anything. Let's see him walk in. There he is. He's a very good boy, okay? And that's how he looks at the jury. I have a new diaper on. I'm a very good boy. Okay.
Your Honor, just to clarify, your clerk let me know we could try 170A again.
Okay, that's fine.
G.L. Hendrick said, we all know monster number 1 is a massive liar, and that is why I think monster number 2 will take the stand. I think he should. You heard that, Brendan Banfield? Take it. Stefan, 1, reboot, 2, empty, and we like to call it the cache, isn't it? Empty the cache. Shame. Are there technical difficulties solved? No, I don't know. It doesn't feel like it. Marnie said Brendan waiting at McDonald's for the phone call makes him look very guilty. The other thing is he didn't run. You know when Juliana had called him to say there's an intruder here? He just walked out to the car at a brisk pace, but he wasn't like, wait, what? There's an intruder? And then like running to the car. No. But yeah, let's do that. Let's do the schedule change. I'm writing all these things down. McDonald's. Why don't we have a receipt of what he bought? I want to know. Was it a chocolate milkshake? Oh, yeah. Good point, Kerry. They did say that. They said that Christine was still alive when the police and EMT got there, and she then was taken to the hospital. That's where she died. So you are right. Joseph Ryan was found deceased at the home, and Christine Banfield was taken to the hospital and died there. When there's, because I'm sure, obviously, there's I'm waiting to see what happens now today. Are going to be 2 witnesses before lunch or not? But either way, we'll be here because we didn't defluff too much, right? We just want to know. We're too curious. We want to, we started too soon to just skip right over lunch, unless I chip in this much. But in the lunch break, I do want to show you a clip of what Juliana said to the police. And it's just little snippets that the media has released. I mean, Grizzly Cats and I have tried very hard for a long time to get those files and things, and at that point it was sealed. So they're like, you know what's so annoying is when the court like releases it a little bit and then they say no, now it's sealed. They did that the whole time in other cases as well, like Caitlin Armstrong, Aliyah Boulaba. They release some things and then as soon as they do like no, now it's sealed again. I'm like, come on man, just give it to us. So anyway, that we're going to look at some clips. What she says is that Christine, because they asked her, what did Christine say to Brendan as he was stabbing her? And Juliana answered, and we didn't hear her say this on the stand, but she said, Christine said, just leave me here, just leave me to bleed to death, I'm going to die anyway. And then Brendan said, according to Juliana, I can't do that. And Juliana says, I don't know why I said he can't do that. Whoa, that was so hectic, oh my goodness. My chérie amour, Amour, Sherry. Thank you so much for upgrading to Grizzly Lighthouse. Everybody stay on, please. We missed the bailiff from the Megan Boswell trial. Hey, Kyle, we miss you. He was always, everybody stay in, please. See, look at him. I didn't do nothing wrong. I'm a very good boy.
Your next question then?
All right, thank you. We're going to try that again, Ms. Dalley Graff. Your Honor, this is Commonwealth's admitted under seal 170. Ms. Dalley Graff, this is the picture that you drew on just a moment ago.
I think that's 171, just to let you know for the record. This is
Thank you.
171.
171.
Okay.
Ms. Dalley Graff, you drew on this photo a moment ago and we marked that as 170A. We're going to try that again with what appears to be hopefully smaller line on your screen. Can you, reminding the jury what we were talking about, the blood flow on Mr. Ryan's neck, can you identify with the marker on your screen where you see blood flow and in what direction?
I'm sorry, I'm going to pause it there. We're going to hear the answer now. We can't see the picture, right? So we're just going to have to listen carefully. I do want to answer this quickly. Jen Elroy said, what is Grizzly Lighthouse? So we watched the Sean Finnegan trial. It's one of the 25 that we've watched together. This is the 25th one, by the way. And Judge Don Ash taught us, be a lighthouse, not a tank. And it's like a mantra that he lives by. And he also, if you go Judge Don Ash, be a lighthouse, Google that, you'll find his blog. And he just inspired us so much. Not only are our membership milestone, the little badges for how long you've been a member, at some point it becomes lighthouses, but also one of our membership tiers now is also Lighthouse. I think there's also one on Patreon called Lighthouse now. Be a lighthouse, not a tank, because he wants to be like cool, calm. Be a lighthouse, everyone, guide everyone calmly like a lighthouse. Yeah, that was so nice. Judge Don Ash, he was so great. And he actually reached out on email after that trial, so that was really great.
There are multiple flows, and if I can show, just going across, beginning on the right side, this will show. So there's downward from the chin towards the neck, and then there's from the chin towards the right shoulder. And then there's downward from sort of in front of the right ear down towards the neck.
All right, thank you. And what did the different direction of the flows indicate to you?
That there were different positions while the blood was wet and flowing.
Thank you. Judge, I would offer the marked photo as new Commonwealth's 170A unless it needs to be marked as B.
No, 178 is fine.
Okay.
Is that, any objection to that? 178, it's going to replace the other 170A. Right, 170A, 170A. All right.
Thank you. And if the clerk could print, I'll pass it up. Thank you. All right. If we can drop the screen. And if we can publish Commonwealth's 241 to the witness and counsel. All right, Ms. Dalley.
Sure, today. Come on, state, bring it. It's going a bit slow, but this is a very important witness. Someone said it's a Christian saying. I think it's literally from Judge Don Ash, so I looked it up. So it says the phrase "be a lighthouse, not a tank" appears to originate from a reflective essay published by a judge writing for the National Judicial College in July 2019. In the piece titled "I Am Trying to Be a Lighthouse," the author describes a personal shift in approach to decision-making and interactions in the courtroom. The judge contrasts two metaphors: a tank, which forcefully projects wisdom through a precise explosion, symbolizing an authoritative, confrontational, or intolerant style that the author admits to having used in the past, without yelling or abuse, but with little patience. So little patience or perceived shortcomings. Okay, so a lighthouse which stands firm amid storms and trials, yet provides steady, guiding light without aggression, representing a calmer, more illuminating and supportive presence. The author, Judge Don Ash, states many times, "I was a tank. I now keep a picture of the tank or lighthouse on my bench to remind me of my choices when I make decisions." And I freaking love that. We love Judge Don Ash. I should send him another email. How are you doing, Judge Don Ash? Do you know how much you've inspired over here? So many lighthouses.
Graff, do you recognize this clip from Body Worn?
Yes.
Okay. Judge, at this time, I would offer into evidence as Commonwealth's 241 under seal.
Any objection? You approach?
Hi, Brendan. Are you looking nervous? You're going to get Elwood for your birthday? His birthday is on the 23rd of Feb. Yes, Kathleen is reminding everyone who's asking, I forgot to switch on closed captions today, and once live, YouTube doesn't allow me to toggle it back on. You know what I mean? That's a shame. So I don't want to blame YouTube, I blame myself. What I will say is I am human, and even though I have a checklist for myself of what to do before I go live, that was one I missed today. So sorry about that. Oh my word, okay. Here we go.
All right, so looking at this photo, what did you notice about Mr. Ryan's hand position from this body-worn camera of Officer Beckner, previously admitted as Commonwealth 6?
In the body cam, we see Mr. Ryan laying supine or on his back with both arms, forearms across his chest, the right hand partially overlaying the left hand.
Okay, and are his hands over the location? Well, let me ask you this. Did you have a chance to review the shirt that was provided as physical evidence in this case?
I reviewed the images of the shirt in this
Okay.
case.
And did you, in your review of the images, observe a defect in the shirt?
Yes,
Okay, the circular hole, was it a circular hole from the,
Objection leading.
sure.
All right, sustained.
What defect did you observe in the shirt?
there was a defect, a somewhat circular hole through the shirt. It could be located based on looking at the shirt and on there's actually an imprint on the shirt of some individuals, and you can locate it relative to those individuals, and other markings on the shirt helped to identify where it was located.
Okay, and did the defect in the shirt line up with any defect in Mr. Ryan's body based on your observation of the photos?
Objection to foundation, Judge.
Overruled. Okay.
Based on comparison of the information from autopsy images at the autopsy and looking at the shirt, the defect in the shirt appeared to be consistent with the location of the defect or the gunshot wound to the chest.
All right, and in this photograph that we have here, this still image from the body-worn camera, Commonwealth's 241, are Mr. Ryan's hands over the defect in the shirt made by the bullet that struck him in the chest?
Well, looking at the image, you can't see any of those figures that I just described as being part of the imprint on the shirt, that the left hand is overlaying that, and therefore it would be overlaying the defect.
Thank you. All right. Judge, if we can remove the image. Ms. Dalley Graff, I'm going to ask if the court could please display to the witness and to counsel Commonwealth's 172. All right, Ms. Dalley Graff, do you recognize this photo?
Yes.
All right, and if I can show the witness Commonwealth's 173. Do you recognize this photo?
Yes.
And going back to 172, Judge, the Commonwealth would offer this into evidence under seal.
Any objection to 172? 172 under seal.
And I would ask that be published to the jury.
Lena B said, love your coverage. Do you think he'll testify? P.S. You are gorgeous and have beautiful skin. Oh my word, is a compliment hour. Okay, I'll allow it. Thank you so much for your sticker and support. I think he should, because so far Juliana's testimony is the strongest evidence they have against him. But today's testimony is interesting as well. It'll prove that they staged the scene, right? I think he should testify. Whether he will he? I think he's too chicken, so he might not. And thank you so much for all the compliments.
And we're going to toggle back and forth if we can. I'd offer at this time, Judge, Commonwealth's 173. It need not be sealed.
All right, 173, any objection? All right, 173 in evidence.
And I'd ask that be published to the jury.
In the gallery.
All right, so resting on this photo, what observations did you make of Joseph Ryan's right hand?
That there's transfer blood stain on his right hand.
Okay. Did you notice anything on his arm?
There's also some transfer on his arm just below the wrist.
But graphic. It's a little bit too graphic for YouTube.
And if I can ask you about the palm, what about this contact transfer bloodstain pattern on the right palm did you observe?
The transfer is across the inside of the palm, which would be consistent with the palm being exposed at the time. or the hand being open.
Okay. And if I can toggle back to 172, remove from,
I will be blurring that out later to abide by YouTube's community guidelines. And I'm so sorry if anyone, I don't know, they're going to show that either. Just hold on. Let me just take a peek here of what else they're going to show. Okay, it doesn't look like anything else is coming up. My goodness. Sorry about that.
from the gallery view.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Tell me what you noticed about the transfer pattern on the outside of the right hand. And I'm sorry, this is the left hand. This is the right hand. What did you notice about the transfer pattern on the outside of the right hand?
Okay, if I understand, you're talking about the pinky side of the right hand, that there's transfer, it appears to go around the hand across the back and around that side of the hand.
Okay,
And it's also on the fingers, and the pinky, the small finger, is basically covered.
okay. What did you notice about the spaces in between the fingers?
That if we look at the first and second fingers, the index finger and the middle finger, you can see a line of demarcation. That is, there's a line that you can see that there's blood on one side and not blood on the other side.
And what does that mean?
That something shielded the blood so that it didn't go on that unstained side, such as if the fingers are simply held together at the time that the blood is deposited, then the blood would not get between the fingers.
Okay, so you're holding your hand up for the jury with your fingers closed together, is that correct?
Yes, with the fingers fairly tight, fairly close together, side by side. So that would obstruct blood from going between the fingers. So if blood is coming across, then it'll be on the back of the fingers. But where that skin is in contact would leave this line of demarcation, the place that blood was blocked from going.
Okay, thank you. And again, back to 173, when looking at the palm, do you see those same lines of demarcation? It's helpful to zoom in.
The same lines of demarcation are not visible in this photograph.
All right, and how did you describe the blood transfer to this part of the hand?
It's a transfer, something wet with blood.
Sorry, Your Honor.
Or what's your objection?
I don't think that she's previously described it, and may we approach?
Yes.
More approaching, okay. Look at him, permanently sulking. I mean, who would be happy to be there? But it just really looks like if I opened up a picture book. What does a baby boy look like? This one. We might also see Stefan Stones there. Yeah, this face. He's presumed innocent unless proven guilty in a court of law. He's a very good boy. And he's just waiting. Yes, we're waiting for you to get on the stand. Go say what you got to say. Okay. Shame. A lot of waiting around, a lot of approaching, a lot of arguing. Okay. Excuse me.
Was created on the hand.
Go back a
Some-
second.
So, Ms. Dalley Graff, I think we were talking about the contact transfer onto the palm of the hand.
Yes.
Just to reset us, can you describe how that stain was created on the hand?
Some surface wet with blood was in contact with the hand, so that blood transferred from the wet, bloody surface to the hand.
All right, thank you. And Judge, if we can remove the display. And Judge, if you would, supposing the next objection, I would ask this photo be shared with counsel and with the witness. Do you recognize this photograph?
I do.
Okay. And did you make markings on this photograph to highlight the areas that you just explained to the jury?
I did.
So Judge, rather than having her draw again on the photograph, I would offer this photo as Commonwealth's 174.
Any objection?
Yes, Judge, I do have an objection to the markings.
No, I'll sustain the objection.
All right, then we'll go back to Commonwealth's 172. If you could, mark on your screen where you observe the voids on Mr. Ryan's fingers.
The lines of demarcation and the portion that's not bloodstained be where there was a blockage between the fingers.
All right, Judge, I would offer this marked photo into evidence as 174A.
Under seal.
Yes, please.
Any objection?
No objection to that,
All
Your
right,
Honor.
under seal, 174A.
And Judge, if we can take that down. Commonwealth's 173. Previously admitted, if we can have that published. Ms. Dalley Graff, on this photograph, can you indicate where you see transfer of bloodstain on the arm,
On the
wrist?
on the right arm, in the area inside the green marks.
And Judge, I would offer the marked photo as Commonwealth's 174B.
All right, any objection?
No objection.
174B.
And that does not need to be under seal.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so if we can take that down. And Judge, I'd ask that Commonwealth's 175 be shared with the witness and with counsel. Ma'am, do you recognize this photo?
Yes,
All right, and is this Joe Ryan's left hand?
yes.
Okay, what observations did you make of the blood stains on his left hand?
That he has primarily transfer across the back of his left hand with some volume so that there's associated flow.
All right. Did you make note of a line of demarcation?
Yes,
Okay, and where is that?
Do you wish to offer this in evidence?
I'm sorry, yes, Your Honor, I apologize. I'd offer in evidence, Commonwealth's 175.
Any objection to 175?
No objection.
All right, 175 in evidence.
Just got to
And
be
if that can
careful here.
published.
They're going to show another graphic picture. I do have to adhere to YouTube's community guidelines. They're very, very strict, and they're getting more and more strict. And sometimes they will we'll lose the whole stream if I don't adhere to it. Even if it's later. If we get through the day, and then later they're just like, whoop, delete, so we don't want that. I'm going to have to cover that picture, okay? And it's to also respect the victims' families, right? Shame. Like Joseph Ryan's mother watching, I'm sure she's watching, right? I don't know if she's in the courtroom or not, but this must be terrible to see all of this. Candle Speakerhead said, caught red-handed. He had the knife in his hand. That's why. Thank you for being a member for 1 year. Scott, 88SHOG, said, I think Juliana lied about hearing slapping. Christine was not a participant. She would have screamed. Right? Yeah. I think, Juliana, there's a couple of lies peppered in there, right?
All right.
All right, so you know what, before you mark, let's talk about the rest of the hand so we can see it clearly. What other observations did you make of the blood stains on Mr. Ryan's left hand?
Well, there's also transfer on his left thumb and sort of laterally, just below the left wrist. And also note that there's some volume to include what appears to be blood clots on the transfer.
Okay, and can you now mark on Commonwealth's 175 the line of demarcation and the transfer that you just mentioned?
Transfer across the left, back of the left hand, from the green line towards the fingers would be areas of transfer. Flow towards from that area towards the wrist. Then another transfer just below the left wrist. Transfer on the left thumb. Another small transfer on the outside of the left thumb.
Okay. Were you, in your review of the photographs in this case, able to determine if anything lined up with the void on Mr. Ryan's hand?
Judge, I'm going to object. I think that just the question itself goes to what we've talked about.
I'll sustain the objection.
That's fine.
Next question.
So tell us, much as you did with the right hand, how did this blood come to be on Mr. Ryan's left hand?
Some object wet with blood was in contact with the back of his left hand.
Okay, quick pause. Robin DL, thanks for upgrading to Grizzly Lighthouse. Somebody asked whose arm was that? They were showing the victim, Joseph Ryan's arm. Mom for Life said, how is it that Court TV can show anything they want and not get taken down? That's not true. You should monitor it the way I do. It does get taken down. It does get blurred. It does get put back up. So it's not just that they pick and choose who to. The rules are applied to everyone. So you have to. And even if somebody gets lucky once or twice, they're going to get you. YouTube is going to get you. We got to abide by their rules. And I'm a rule follower, in case you didn't know.
All right, thank you. Also looking at this photo, did you make any note of the blood stains on or around Mr. Ryan's jeans?
Yes,
What did you note?
that there are, excuse me, some contact stains or transfer stains on the jeans in various locations.
All right. Can you identify where you noticed those blood stains on the jeans?
There's a transfer on the left front of the jeans. There's a transfer on the inside of the jeans waistband at the buttonhole.
Thank you. Did you review the certificates of laboratory analysis submitted in this case?
I did.
And whose DNA profile was present in the swabs of the blood from Joe Ryan's hands?
I believe there was a DNA profile from both Christine Banfield and Joseph Ryan.
All right. Judge, at this time, Commonwealth would offer Commonwealth's 175A as the marked item.
All right, any objection?
No objection.
All right, 175A.
All right, so looking back, and Judge, if we can drop video. Did you have the opportunity to fully review Officer Beckner's body-worn camera?
I reviewed several body-worn cameras. I don't recall who was wearing which camera. I would have to look that up in the record.
Okay, but if we can go back to Commonwealth 241 and have that published to the witness and counsel and the jury, it was under seal.
Yes, ma'am.
This is the still image that we were referencing before from Officer Beckner's body worn previously as admitted as Commonwealth 6. In your review of the video, did you observe the police officers at the scene to move Mr. Ryan's arms?
I did see that in a body cam video.
Okay. Did you observe those officers to touch Mr. Ryan's arm?
All right, I'll sustain as to leading.
Okay. I'm going to move on.
Okay.
All right, so looking at previously admitted Commonwealth 123.
Michelle DiNardo is like guilty.
And Judge, this was
Ready.
admitted under seal. If I can have it published to
Yes, ma'am.
the jury, the witness, and Mr. Carroll, and counsel on the left.
Why is he not grabbing
Drawing
tissues
your
today?
attention to Mr. Ryan's arm. Did you make any observations of the blood patterns on his left forearm?
Yes.
Okay, what did you observe?
I observed what appears to be small blood droplets on his arm in a somewhat linear distribution. Also observed transfer stains on his arm, in particularly 4 transfer stains that are roughly parallel to each other.
All right, so let's talk about them one at a time. Let's talk about the blood drops that you observed. Can you circle or highlight those items on your screen? Sorry about that. Okay. And how are those blood droplets formed?
These would be blood drops falling from somewhere above. Again, blood drops falling are under gravity, takes them down, and when they're circular, would mean that the blood is dropping straight down. So if it makes a circular stain, that surface was fairly horizontal at the time that the blood drops were deposited.
Okay. If the blood had been coming at him from an angle, what shape would they have taken?
But if it's coming at an angle, then that sphere in air would translate to an elliptical shape on the surface.
Okay. Judge, I would ask to print and admit this photo as Commonwealth's 170. Well, this, you want to do 123A and? That's fine, whatever you want. Nope, that's fine, 123A, keeps it clean.
My watch is shouting at me, guys. Stefan, did you shout at me yet? I haven't gotten up to stretch or do my squats at all. I am going to get up and do 20 squats if anyone wants to join me, and I'll be right back.
Yes, please.
Any objection?
Okay.
And if we could clear the markings, I can do it if you want, or I don't know if you, okay. All right. You spoke of a transfer pattern on the arm. Where do you see that transfer pattern? All right. Judge, if I can have this marked as Commonwealth 123B and printed?
Any objection? No, Your Honor. Okay, be under seal.
Thank you. All right, and then I'm going to take you to a different angle. If I can remove the display, please. If we can share Commonwealth's previously admitted 101 with the witness, the jury, and I do not believe this was under seal, Judge, but I'll defer to the court.
101 is under seal.
Okay, then this remains under seal. Ms. Dalley Graff, if I zoom in a little bit, we've got another angle here. Can you again highlight the transfer pattern that you observed? Okay, thank you. And I would offer that marked photo as Commonwealth's 101A under seal.
I guess, Judge, the markings are actually covering up what she testified to as transfer.
I understand. But we got the other picture as well, so.
Okay, I just want to make sure there's no other connotation given to the way that was drawn. In having a circle would probably be a,
I understand that's what she did.
okay.
I mean, we were talking about.
You know what's interesting about his body language today is, I mean, does he not consider that when defendants want to perform so much and like stare at the jury the first 3 days and they're like dab dry tears, dab in the face. But then today he looks really like, really, he's got into his turtle shell. Hey, he's like, oh my word, just look down. This is just bad. This is so bad. Like, okay. Well, they can see that change. We can see that change, right? Mac Saw said the betrayal. How could he do this to his wife and mother of his children, allegedly? Just get a freaking divorce. Makes me so mad, right? Thank you for your sticker. Juliana said that he said divorce is not an option because it's just going to cost him too much money. And he doesn't think that Christine is a good mom, even though she was a pediatric nurse. I think she would be great. She was great. I didn't meet her. I don't know her. I'm just saying based on that, like, okay, I think she loves, cares about children and would have been a great mom. And how is this a great dad? If you're banging the au pair and plotting allegedly plotting murder, and then doing it, wow. Okay, so yeah, the betrayal, it's really next level. But apparently they did ask Juliana, did he consider divorce? Not at all, not at all. He needed to think up other ways to be with the au pair, get rid of his wife and have full custody of his child. And now his daughter lost both parents. So, and there was that little interview that we're going to watch in the lunchtime of Juliana. Oh my word. She said, they asked her, when did the little girl start calling you mommy? And she's like, I don't know exactly when it was. I'm like, oh my word, that poor little girl. So actually she lost 3 people that she was very close to. You know what I mean? Wow. Okay. And Court Lurker, a happy 1-year Grizzly-versary. Thank you for your support.
Okay, thank you. No objection.
Are you able to tell us whether or not the transfer pattern was made at the same time as the drip marks?
Objection, Your Honor. Foundation.
Based on your training and experience, are you able to discern anything about the markings in this photograph that would enable you to gauge whether or not they occurred at the same time?
To determine sequencing, need to look very closely at individual photographs of this area, multiple photographs of this area, looking to see if we can see actual one stain on top of the other. If we can make that determination, then you know that the one that's on the bottom has to happen before the one on the top. So in this case, I don't think that I was able to actually pinpoint where one was on top of the other. They happen at different times. They're different mechanisms. Nothing here indicates that they were simultaneous. They may have been very close together in time. I don't know. But if you don't have those specific characteristics to point to, then you don't determine sequencing.
All right, thank you. If we can pull this photo down. Judge, I'd like to have 181 displayed to the witness and counsel. Do you recognize this photograph?
Yes.
Judge, I would offer 181 under seal.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, 181 under seal.
And I apologize, we're bouncing all around in the numbers. All right. Ms. Dalley Graff, I've zoomed in, and I'd like to have this published now to the jury. This is another view of those same transfer stains, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. What can you tell me about what is happening on the interior of the arm at the base of those stains?
There is a flow pattern on the interior of the arm. It extends from the transfer pattern, what would be up the arm, that is towards the elbow, and then terminates in one stain.
All right. Can you tell me about how the blood moved down the arm to create that stain?
It appears that excess
Judge,
volume
I would
of blood
object. I
was in the
think that's-
transfer.
Excuse me, hold on.
I'd object. I think that's exceeding the scope of what blood spatter analysis that we
You want
discussed.
to,
The poor court clerk, that was a lot of talking of each other. Look at him. He's been a very bad boy. He's in the naughty corner. That's how he looks. Yes? We're watching you. Even the guy behind you is watching you. Okay.
Okay, let's try again. The blood that you see from the transfer, how does that come to be or to connect to the blood that we see on the interior of the forearm?
That excess volume in the transfer was flowing what would have been downward at the time in sort of toward the inner aspect of the forearm. And when a liquid drop meets a liquid drop, they merge, and then they all flow together. And this only goes a short distance, so you can see where it terminates on
Why?
the inside of the arm.
What would have limited its distance?
Well, a limited volume for one. It's probably no more than just a really small volume from each of those transfers, just enough that it's fluid enough to flow, and as they merge together, then continue together in one flow. The blood loses energy, partly because it's leaving volume behind. There may have been more resistance on the surface at this point. The change in position, that it flows here and now you change position, so it stops because it's no longer downward.
All right, and that takes me to my next question. Tell me what you would be able to say about the position of the arm when the blood was flowing based on gravity.
Well, flow again is always in the direction of gravity or downward, so that means that the forearm was in some raised position so that downward would be towards the elbow instead of towards the wrist.
Thank you. Is it possible that that flow led to the transfer?
Objection, Your Honor. It's leading.
overruled. I'll allow that question.
Well, flow doesn't become transfer. If it's flow, it's going to keep going in the direction of gravity until it loses volume or something causes it to stop. It doesn't separate. That is, blood has cohesive properties, has surface tension that holds the fluid together, which is partly why, that's part of the reason why blood in flight is a sphere. It's pulling together. So you would need something to break those forces to cause part of the flow to go one direction and part another direction. And there's nothing here that would do that. That's not what flows do on their own. They just go with gravity. And you see that if you have a flow going one direction and you turn that surface, the flow doesn't separate into separate flows. The whole thing, one flow can make a corner, but that corner would be an indication that the thing was oriented so that what was down is now a different direction.
Thank you. Judge, if we can take down picture.
Yes, ma'am.
If I can have you take a look at Commonwealth's previously admitted 100, which was admitted under seal. Do you recognize this photo?
Yes.
Okay. Judge, at this time I would have it published to the jury.
It is.
Thank you. All right. What observations did you make in conjunction with your reading of Commonwealth's admitted 151, the lab from DLI, about Mr. Ryan's pants and any blood stains observed there?
My recollection of the analysis was that both profiles, DNA profiles from Christine Banfield and DNA profiles from Joseph Ryan, were found in stains on the jeans.
All right. Let's talk about them one by one. Specifically, did you examine the area in the photo of the button and the zipper?
There was a sampling from that area that I read the DNA analysis report for that sample.
Okay. And that sample of blood, were you able to determine if it was a flow, spatter, or transfer?
The stains on the area of the button and the buttonhole were contact stains or transfers.
All right.
Stephen Firer, did I say it right? Firer Milk 8907 said, "You are impressive. Great comments." Oh, thank you so much. Thank you for being here. Welcome to anyone who's new here. And if you are local, let us know in chat as well. This case is taking place in Fairfax, Virginia. And the crime happened on February 24th of 2023. And there are two victims in this case. The defendant's wife, Christine Banfield, and a man that the state alleges Brendan Banfield and the au pair Juliana framed, lured to the house under false pretenses, and his name is Joseph Ryan. Two victims in this case, two defendants. The one pleaded guilty, and she took a plea deal, and she pleaded guilty to involuntary manslaughter, which is like, wow, unbelievable. The state really wanted her to testify against Brendan Banfield, sorry. Wow. She'll get max 10 years, and then she'll go back to Brazil. My goodness. Okay, 75 Stella, thank you for that heads up. You said there is a photo incoming. Is that so? Okay, hold on. So you're cheating on us or what? I'm just kidding. Wait, I'm just going to quickly take a peek here. Yeah, I see it. Okay, there is a photo incoming. Wait. In about 4 minutes. Okay, thank you so much.
Looking at, if I may advance to Commonwealth's previously admitted 101. Slightly better angle. Did you make observations of other bloodstain patterns now on the leg of the jeans?
Yes.
All right, tell me about your observations on his right leg pant, right pant leg.
Well, there are several blood stains on the right leg. In particular, there's a stain pattern of somewhat parallel transfers that are finger-like in shape.
And can you mark on 101 where you've made that observation, or which transfers you're referencing? Okay. And in your review of what was previously admitted as Commonwealth's 168, the certificate of laboratory analysis from Bodie, was there a mixture of DNA found in that blood?
My recollection is that this is another area where both profiles were found in the stain that was sampled in this area.
And you say both profiles of?
The profile from Christine Banfield and the DNA profile from Joseph Ryan.
Okay. And again, could these stains be cast off or spatter?
No,
Could they be falling blood?
no.
I'm going to move on to.
Now we're getting somewhere,
Do
okay.
you want that in evidence?
Yes, please. If we could have that printed, and I would offer it as Commonwealth's 101A,
I already have 101A. Do you want
101B.
101B under
Thank
seal?
you.
No objection, okay. 101B under seal.
All right, if we can take that down. And if I can have Commonwealth's 222 shared with the witness and with counsel. All right, do you recognize this photo?
Yes,
And did you examine Mr. Ryan's, this photo of Mr. Ryan's hip?
yes.
Okay. Judge, at this time, I would offer the item into evidence. It's Commonwealth's 222.
All right, any objection? All right, 222 in evidence, not under seal, correct?
Not under seal.
Okay, 222.
All right, so this angle is a little tricky, but tell me what you observed about the blood stains on Mr. Ryan's hip.
There are multiple circular and elliptical stains, most of them fairly small, that are on the front and the side of the left hip.
All right, let's see if we can zoom in a little bit more. This larger stain that is now in the middle of the photo for reference.
Okay, they've zoomed in a lot, so I'm just gonna quickly show you this. Let me just give a disclaimer for YouTube. This is educational content for adults only. It's a trial exhibit, not exploitative, not graphic, just out of no reason. They're showing this to prove their case, right? Okay, Monica, thank you for your support. Okay, so here we go. This, they say, is Joseph Ryan's hip. So they've zoomed in a lot, so I just want to show you what the stain looks like. And the reason they're doing all of this with this blood stain pattern analyst is because the state wants to prove that Brendan Banfield staged the scene. That they lured Joseph Ryan there, shot him, stabbed Christine, shot him again. Christine was taken to the hospital, and that they framed Joseph Ryan for Christine's murder. And all these, the blood stains and things, the patterns, where they are and all of that, afterwards would prove that the scene was staged. and manipulated. Okay.
Tell me what you observe about that stain.
This is a larger stain. It appears to have some satellites, that is secondary blood drops. So when wet blood hits the surface, it can form droplets out of that volume, and it's called satellites, secondary stains. And they appear to be possibly a little flow associated with it, and that flow, as you're looking at it, would be from front to back.
All right, so again, using gravity as our rule, what position was the body in when that stain struck the hip?
I would object, based upon this photo.
Jeans. So let's
Sorry,
move
no, I
on
went too
then
far forward.
to
Damn it.
what was
Hold on.
previously admitted as
We're right here,
count was
right
one
here.
Struck the hip.
I would object, based upon this photo.
Sorry.
I would object to scientific foundation in order to even, that we have some sort of scientific foundation before. there's
Foundation
any-
is your objection?
Yes.
All right, so if you want to lay a foundation.
Sure. To your knowledge, how does gravity work?
Gravity is a magnetic pull towards the center of the earth, and it causes things under the force of gravity, to move toward the center of the earth or downward.
Okay. And the blood that we see in this picture, in what direction did it flow?
The small flows that appear to emanate from the larger are front to back in reference to the body, and here going towards the floor.
All right. And so in what position would the body have been relative to the earth when the blood struck the body and flowed?
That his left hip was exposed when the wet blood contacted the skin and flowed towards the back or towards the floor.
Thank you. Let's zoom back out just a little bit. Looking at these droplets of blood, what can you tell me about that pattern?
There are small circular to elliptical stains which indicate blood was in flight when the blood made contact with this part of his skin.
All right, thank you.
All right, well, that's a good time to pause. Bang your head, 1, 1, or 11, 11 said. Thank you for all you do, Grizzly. You're fantastic at it. Thank you so much for your support.
So let's move on then to what was previously admitted as Commonwealth's 133. All right, if I can have that displayed to the witness and counsel.
It's already been.
And it's admitted, so to the jury as well, please.
In the gallery, thank you.
Thank you, and the gallery. All right, Ms. Dalley Graff, tell me about the blood stains that we observe on Mr. Banfield's jeans, previously admitted Commonwealth's 133.
If we're looking at generally the area of the knees, that there are multiple contact stains.
All right, were you able to determine whether or not those contact stains, strike that, let me rephrase. Did you have the opportunity to watch, as you've said before, the body-worn camera, specifically any portion where first responders are entering the room?
Yes.
Okay, and did you observe Mr. Banfield's position on that body-worn camera when first responders entered the room?
When first officers entered the bedroom, yes.
Okay. Was his position consistent with the transfer patterns that you see on the knees of the jeans?
In the,
Your Honor, I would object to that. There has to be some indication of what. there has to be more in order to be able to arrive at the conclusion that she's asking for, not just looking at the body cam.
You want to approach for a second?
SJLD Film said, I hope prosecution uses this to tell the story clearly at closing. Yeah, I really hope so. Look at him. Don't worry, you can look into the camera. We're all looking at you, Brendan Banfield. He was doing a bit of a stare down the other day. Stefan is saying, L is for loser. For all those L's on the pants, hey. Texas Woman 67 said, G spends funds to provide ad-free and excellent content. Please hit the like button. Thank you for telling everyone to hit the like button. Thank you for your support. It's always nice when you hit the like button. Then YouTube doesn't give me a bad report card. Otherwise they say, listen, there were almost 5,000 people watching, but like less than half liked it, so you suck. And I'm like, I do not suck. And YouTube's like, yeah, you do. Unless they like it, you do. And I'm like, okay. So I appreciate when you like it. We're looking at you, Brendan Banfield. He's looking so grumpy today. Wouldn't expect any less.
I'm trying that.
All right, so at the knees, we have transfer stains, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Zooming in, tell me about these stains on the left of our screen that appear different.
Yes, there's linear distributions of circular and elliptical stains. This would be on the jeans above the knee, going up to pretty much the top of the jeans.
Okay, and again, remind us how elliptical stains come to be.
Elliptical stains occur when the sphere of blood traveling through the air comes in contact with the surface at an angle so that the circular shape of the sphere translates into an elliptical shape on the surface.
Thank you. Judge, if we can take this down
All right.
and move to Commonwealth's 135. If I can have this published, this is Commonwealth's previously admitted 135.
All right.
Is this a close-up on those stains?
This is a close-up of some of those stains.
That's fair. All right. And if I can have the court's indulgence, pull this down for just 1 second.
Yes, ma'am.
If I can show you Commonwealth's previously admitted 186 and have that published.
I don't have a 186 in evidence.
All right, Commonwealth would offer 186 into evidence.
Any objection to 186?
No, you're.
All right, 186 in evidence.
All right, so here we have the same genes in a manner that Detective Leach photographed them to allow us to see the blood more closely. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so if you can describe your opinion or share with us your opinion about the blood spatter that we see on the left.
There are linear distributions of small circular elliptical stains. They're actually from about the knee to the crotch, and just bracketed to show that general area.
All right, and are those stains cast off?
These stains could be cast off. They're consistent with cast off. We see some progressive change in shape looking across some of the lines. So cast-off cannot be excluded as a mechanism to produce these stains.
Thank you. And were you able to review the certificate of laboratory analysis that was admitted in this case, identifying the DNA contribution to those stains?
Yes,
And do you recall whose DNA was found to be in those stains?
the DNA profile of Christine Banfield was found in this area.
Thank you. All right, Judge, if we can pull that down.
That's the first coffee of the day. I'm Zen 2.0. Thank you for buying the mods 2 strong coffees. Really appreciate it.
Judge, at this time, I would offer into evidence is Commonwealth's 187.
Any objection to 187?
No objection.
All right, 187 in evidence.
All right. Ms. Dalley Graff, from 187, were you able to make any observations about Mr. Banfield's shoes?
Yes,
And I'm going to ask counsel to take a look, if we can pull this down. We can display Commonwealth's 188 to counsel and the witness. Is this a photograph that you pulled from Commonwealth's 187 to highlight the blood stains that you analyzed?
yes, this actually shows parts of 2 different photographs, but I took out the background to focus on just the shoes and the stains on the shoes.
All right, Judge, at this time, the Commonwealth would offer as Commonwealth's 188.
Any
this
objection?
photograph,
No objection.
188 in evidence.
and we'd ask that it be published to
That's
the
fine.
jury in the gallery.
Oh, I better put a trigger warning out, guys. We're going to see his shoesies. Oh, no. But they also are going to be from the crime scene, you know? So, let's see it.
All right, tell me about the staining that you observed on Mr. Banfield's shoes.
Well, on the right shoe, where you see the one closest is the right shoe, and then the one we're looking down at the toe area of the right shoe, there are circular stains, particularly up close to where the shoelace loops. You can see a circular stain moving out into the toe, a circular stain. On the side of the right shoe, there's a larger stain that can't be determined. It could be just a contact with something wet with blood, or it could be merging where if it's blood falling there on the side, then as it traveled in the fabric actually made one larger stain. So the mechanism cannot be determined. The left shoe appears to be a transfer from some area of wet blood.
Is the blood stain or the blood stains on the right shoe, is that consistent with transfer, or could it be consistent with transfer?
Well, there are in particular 2 that are very circular. So when I do the analysis, I look at all of the pictures, all of the images in context to see if I could identify, if this is transfer, then there should be a circular area somewhere of that approximate size and shape to see if I can exclude transfer, because this does appear to be a somewhat absorbent surface. I didn't find anything, so it appears more that it's falling blood, because falling blood will make a circular stain.
It's a good point. Steph sells stuff by the seashore. Are these the type of the type of clothes he normally wore to work? As a armed federal IRS agent? I don't think so. But we don't know that. I'm just like, if I had to guess, probably not. So that's interesting too. Maybe I should write here outfit on the list of things that make him look guilty, even though he's presumed innocent unless proven guilty in a court of law, which he now finds himself in at last. It took quite some time. I think it was 19 months to arrest him. Juliana was arrested after 8 months after the crime. So, yeah.
Thank you. And did you make any observations from your review of the body-worn camera of Mr. Banfield's hands following the entry of law enforcement into the room?
Yes,
What did you notice about his hands?
both hands were blood covered.
All right. I can show you what has been previously admitted as Commonwealth's 112 and 113. We'll start with 112.
Thank you, Meng's cat, for the delicious coffee.
All right. So, in your review of the bloodstains found on the carpet, did you make any observations regarding these stains found between the bed and the basket?
Yes.
Okay, and what were your observations?
Well, there are multiple blood stains between the bed and the basket. Some of those appear to be saturation, where a lot of blood absorbed into the surface. Some appear to be simply transfer, that is something that was very wet with blood is in contact with the surface. Others are much smaller stains. They appear to be circular to elliptical in shape.
Okay, let's start with this photo. Let's take it little bit by little bit. Identifying this stain here at the bottom of the photo, irregular in shape, what type of stain is that?
It appears to be both transfer and saturation.
Okay. Were you able to identify anything that might have matched with the shape and pattern of that stain to have created the transfer?
I could not determine what transferred that particular pattern.
Okay. Were there any objects that you observed in any of the photos nearby that were also saturated with blood?
Yes.
Okay. What did you observe?
Well, in particular, there was bedding that was over this area when officers first arrived, and some of that had a fairly heavy amount or large areas of saturation within that bedding that was sort of crumpled or on the floor above this area.
Okay. Let's turn to look at the dots of blood here closer to the laundry basket. What can you tell us about that staining?
That from this image, there no particular dispersion or irregular dispersion, but there are very small blood stains in the area, especially as you're approaching up to the laundry basket.
Okay. And from your review of the certificates of analysis, was Joseph Ryan's DNA present in that tested area?
Yes.
Okay. If I can pull this down for just a moment. I'm going to ask Commonwealth 191 be shared with counsel and the witness. Do you recognize this photo?
Yes.
Okay. And the yellow circles on the photo, how did they come to be?
I put the circles on the photo.
Okay. Judge, at this time, the Commonwealth would offer this into evidence as Commonwealth 191.
Okay, so just a heads up, they are going to show us more images from the room. So it's of the carpet, which has a lot of blood on it. They're going to show us also the knife. We've seen that before as well. So just so that you know, trigger warning, it is potentially upsetting or triggering or distressing content. If it's not for you, don't worry, then just come back in a little bit We'll save you a seat.
I'd object to the markings, Judge.
I also state an objection.
All right. If I can have this pulled down, please. All right, directing your attention then to Commonwealth's previously admitted 113. Do you recognize this photo?
Yes,
All right, and just for orientation, is this the bed frame that we have on the right of the screen?
yes, that would be the sideboard of the,
I wonder why the sound's all out of sync now. Do you see that? 10 minutes behind. Should I? I will just let it go for a little bit. If it's really terrible, I'll refresh the feed, okay?
bed frame.
Okay. Tell me about the large blood stain that we have here. And Judge, I'm sorry if I did not ask that this be published.
It is published.
Okay, thank you. Tell me about that large saturation stain.
Overall, it's an indication of volume of blood that's on the surface, and I certainly would want to look under that area to see how much volume might be there. It also has, especially on the margins, you're looking to the right side, you can see the outlines of, or the shape that is fairly circular in a linear distribution. Looking at the photograph going from the top down towards the bottom, you see these, they appear to be individual circular stains.
Okay, can you, as best you can, using the screen, identify the linear pattern that you see? Okay, and can you draw perhaps either an arrow toward or a circle around the circular stains that you see? I'm afraid the circle around may end up too large, but
Yeah.
let's give it a try.
So the width of the line makes it
I know, thank you.
kind of obliterate the circle underneath.
All right, thank you. And again, what is it that the nature of the circular stains mean to you?
Taken together with the volume, that this appears to be where a volume of blood was projected, blood drops traveling through the air, and some of those droplets fell from that trajectory down to the surface of the, in this case, the carpet. So that creates the linear portion of it in association with the volume that you see immediately to the left of that the same thing is happening there. Droplets falling on top of droplets creates a volume and on an absorbent surface, a saturation. All of that is consistent with what's called a projected pattern, where a volume of blood pushed through the air, then the droplets fall, and they fall on top of each other, creating this larger overall pattern.
Thank you. If we can pull this down, please.
You don't want to print that?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
You have to put it back.
If we could print, and I would offer it as 113A.
Okay. I think it's
It
off
moves.
on the side.
Hold on, I can make it happen. Or not.
Okay.
Okay.
And any objection to 113A?
No.
113A evidence.
All right. Are we good? Okay, just wait.
You're fine.
Okay, thank you. All right. All right, if I can share Commonwealth's previously admitted 111. All right. For location purposes, Commonwealth 113 was a close-up of which area of the staining that we see here?
It's approximately parallel to the sideboard.
All right, can you make a mark, just perhaps a dot on the screen for that stain?
I'm sorry, the previous pattern is what I just marked.
Oh, thank you. I can't see it on mine. All right, and so looking at the area of blood below that stain, what can you tell me about those markings?
Well, looking on the photograph, looking below the area that I just marked, there's at least 2 areas of concentration that are, as you're looking at the photograph, just below and another just to the left. These are somewhat overlaying. They indicate, there's an indication of volume. These are not, it's not just single falling blood. It's definitely not cast off or impact spatter. It's not flow. It's just areas of concentration and saturation.
And can you perhaps just put a dot in the centers of those 2 concentrated areas? Okay, thank you. So in the perimeter around those concentrated areas, what observations did you make of the staining?
But if I understand, we're talking about going around that general area. Again, there's multiple things that could move some of the blood in that area. Some of it could be transfer. That is something that's very wet with blood, could be on the surface, possibly moved from one place to the other or moving on the surface. I can't really tell. There appears to be multiple things happening. It's just I can't identify just one and only one action in that location.
Okay, well, let me ask this. If you were to draw a perimeter around the outermost edges of the blood staining that we see on the left, would the entirety of the blood contained within that perimeter be saturation?
It's not all saturation. Doesn't
Okay.
appear to be.
What else does it appear to be?
Well, again, some of it could be transfer,
Okay.
like something very bloody, either being moved in different location or moved on the carpet, either one. So it's not an even distribution through that whole area.
Okay. And looking at the blood stain now to the right of the photograph, what can you tell us about that stain?
That there is saturation there, there is some transfer there. There is what might be some spatter up as you're looking at the general area. There's some smaller stains at least up just above and slightly to the right of center of the larger blood stain area in front of that chest of drawers.
Thank you. And Judge, if I can have this printed and offered into evidence as 111A.
Any objection? 111A.
Let me know when I can pull it down.
He looks so worried, and they really look like, oh crap, we're going to have to strategize. So yeah, cross-examination could take a while. I don't think today, the state was like, okay, we have 2 more witnesses. The first one, I need about an hour of their time. And the second one, 15 minutes. So I don't know if the state would rest today. If they do, then tomorrow, obviously, we'll have to see what the defense's case will be. We'll see what happens for the rest of the day. But this is taking longer than they had anticipated, and it's very important testimony, of course. But now Brendan Banfield here is strategizing. He's looking worried and all of that. Why are you not dabbing your eyes now with those tissues, huh? Keep it consistent. Don't you have dry eyes to dab?
Okay.
Okay, thank you. All right, Judge, if I can offer, well, if I can ask first that Commonwealth 219 be shared with the witness and with counsel. And Judge, at this time, I would offer Commonwealth 219 into evidence.
Any objection? Yes, so that's the marking, so I'll sustain the objection.
All right.
Gail D6349 said, I can't believe they both slept in that room after what happened in it. Ooh, that as well, right? They're just like, ooh, yes, let's get a new bed and move in together. Juliana moved all her clothing in and all of Christine's clothing out. Like, oh my goodness. You know, picture on the bedside table of the two of them as well, as in Juliana, the au pair, and Brendan Banfield. Wow. Okay.
Under seal. Even though it's not a minute.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask Commonwealth 221 be shared with the witness and with counsel.
221.
All right, Ms. Dalley Graff, do you recognize this photo?
Yes.
All right. This time, Commonwealth would offer 221 into evidence under seal.
Any objection? All right, 221 in evidence under seal.
All right, Ms. Dalley Graff, we've got now another angle of the blood on the carpet that we've talked about. Can you identify for us the droplets that you previously testified to having come from Joe Ryan on the carpet near the laundry basket?
Well, there's an area that on the carpet that has smaller circular and elliptical stains between the bed and the basket.
Thank you. And then did you also observe any blood stains on the wall?
Yes.
All right, and can you circle where those stains were observed to be?
Sorry, the marking covers up.
It's okay, we're gonna zoom in on it in just a moment. Judge, I would offer this as Commonwealth's 221A. I'm sorry, this is 221?
Yes, 221A.
And now 221A with the markings, please.
Any objection? 221A under seal. Okay.
Let me know when I can pull it down, thank you.
Yes, you're fine.
I can ask to share with the witness and with counsel. Commonwealth's previously admitted 118.
118.
And that can be shared with the jury in the gallery as well.
Yes.
Ms. Graff, do you see here now a closer picture of the blood on the wall?
Yes.
All right. Tell me about that blood stain and what observations you made.
Well, the largest blood stain you see is clearly elliptical with some excess flow or a tail, a part of the volume that continued in the direction the blood drop was originally traveling when it impacted the wall. So this droplet was traveling downward and at a slight angle as you're looking at the wall, slightly to your right. There are other stains in the same area that are much smaller, but exhibit very similar characteristics. That the leading edge, the place where the blood droplet first met the wall, is rounded, and then you see that round shape transferring into elliptical. And those drops are all going toward the wall and then downward.
And you reviewed the certificate of laboratory analysis for that particular item, swab 39, is that correct?
I did.
All right, and did that contain Joseph Ryan's DNA profile?
I really would have to look at the report again. I don't recall.
Okay, that's all right. Did you make any observations regarding the blood spatter that was located on the laundry basket?
I did.
All right. Judge, at this time, I would ask to share Commonwealth's previously admitted 120.
120, okay.
Tell me about the blood stain patterns that you observed on the laundry basket.
Well, there are multiple circular and elliptical stains. Some of those appear to be in a linear distribution, with the caveat that the side of the laundry basket has a lot of openings, so you don't have the full pattern there, but some of them do appear to be in linear distribution.
And we understand that linear distribution is consistent with what?
Well, you get linear distributions in projected stains, in cast-off stains, in impact spatter. All of those would have some linear components to them.
Thank you. And were those stains swabbed and tested as item 41 to your knowledge?
Yes, some of these stains were submitted for further analysis.
All right, and was Christine Banfield's DNA present in some of those stains to your knowledge?
Some of them had Christine Banfield's DNA profile.
Okay, thank you. All right, Judge, if we can pull this down. Judge, at this time, I would offer into evidence Commonwealth's 196.
Any objection to 196? Is that a no? No. Okay, no objection. 196 in evidence, then, thank you.
Judge, I'd ask that be published. All right, Ms. Dalley Graff, do you recognize this picture of Mr. Ryan's backpack?
This is an examination picture of the backpack that was under or partially under Mr. Ryan's left leg.
All right, so this is after it has been opened and spread out, is that correct?
Yes, this would be an examination where everything has been removed, photographed separately, and now looking at just the backpack alone.
Okay, so start us off with the thing that seems to confuse almost everyone. The circle that we see in the middle of the backpack, is that something you drew?
No,
Okay, to your knowledge, is that stitching on the backpack?
I can't tell from this photograph. I'd have to see a close-up. Oh, yes, I can see the stitches.
Okay, there we go. All right, so tell me about the blood stains that you observed on this object.
Multiple circular and elliptical stains.
All right, and what pattern of travel are those stains consistent with?
Well, some of them have some satellite or the continuation from the leading edge outward, which would indicate downward relative to looking at the photograph. Others are pretty indistinct. You can't really determine from some of them what they were, but all of this is relative to this surface.
All right, Judge, if we can pull this down.
All right.
All right, and Judge, if I can share what was previously admitted as Commonwealth's 124.
124 under seal.
So, Ms. Dalley Graff, did you examine this photo relative to the one that we just shared and admitted into evidence as Commonwealth's 196?
Yes.
All right, so tell me what observations you made of the staining on the backpack as it appears in this picture relative to 196.
Well, I look at it in the context of the scene, how it was originally photographed before it was moved by officers in the scene, and to identify the patterns or the shapes of the stains that we could see in the examination photograph compared to what is visible here, to see if we can see the entire pattern or the portion of the pattern, to determine if the blood is deposited while it's in the orientation, location, everything that we see in this image, just by comparing those stains during examination quality and the in-scene context.
Okay, and what did your examination reveal regarding the location of these stains and the location of the items in the bag?
Well, one of the largest of the stains that we saw in the previous photograph, you can see a portion of it going into a fold as you're looking down at the lining as it was laying there when they first photographed it in place.
Okay, and is that consistent with the location of the objects in the bag as we see them photographed here?
I'm not sure I understand the question. We're
Okay.
talking about just the lining?
Yes.
Well, it appears that at least part of that lining is not exposed when we look at the overall shape of that. So we
Judge, I'm
see only
sorry.
part of that
I'm
shape
going to
here.
object to that question that we approach.
I'll sustain the objection, just ask the next question.
Okay. Is the location of the items as we see them photographed here consistent with the stains that are beneath them?
Objection,
I'll
Judge.
sustain the objection.
Okay. Was there staining on the items as they are photographed here that created a pattern with the staining on the lining of the bag as evidenced in 196?
Judge, I'd object. I don't know, well, actually, I'll see if she can
All
answer.
right, I'll overrule the objection.
I mean, the defense is winning a lot of the objections. They're being sustained today. That one was overruled. Thank you to And Justice Wins for spoiling me and the mods with coffees.
There are some small stains on some of the items. However, what I'm looking for is to see, can I see the entire pattern that was on the lining with these objects in place? If all of that staining happened with these objects in place, then we should see those
Judge, I think
stains.
I would object. I think we're going to
All right, I'll
where-
sustain the objection. Next question.
Okay. Based on your review of the certificates of analysis, was Mr. Ryan's DNA observed in the stains to the liner of the backpack?
My recollection is those were the DNA profile of Joseph Ryan.
In your review of the body-worn camera, were you able to make any observations regarding the placement of the Glock 19M, Mr. Banfield's service weapon, at the time of the officer's first entry into the primary bedroom?
Yes,
Okay. And where was the Glock Model 19M?
on the, I believe that'd be the southeast corner of the mattress.
All right. And did you make any observations of the blood pattern in the area of the weapon?
On the weapon itself, on the pistol, there was what appeared to be contact all along that entire side of the gun.
When you say that side of the gun, which side of the gun?
The side that was up as it's laying on the mattress.
Adele said, why was this case not tried as a conspiracy? It's shocking about that PDL. I know, right? Conspiracy to commit murder, endangering a child, all of that. I wish they had more charges, actually. MN Mom, thank you for upgrading your membership to Grizzly Lighthouse, and welcome to everyone. If you're new here, becoming a subscriber today, if you're becoming a member, thank you so much.
Okay. In your expert opinion, based on the location of the blood on Mr. Ryan's hand, the location of the blood on his pants, the location of the blood stains on his hip, and your review of all of the evidence in this case, including the autopsy reports, are you able to opine as to whether or not Joseph Ryan was in the position where he was found when police arrived, when those blood stains were transferred?
Objection, Your Honor.
All right,
I think this goes.
Approach.
We knew he was going to object, right? He's got to work hard today, which means this is a very important witness. Come on, we want to hear the expert opinion. Susan Coote said he's trained how to testify and how to behave in the courtroom to impress or appease the jury, likely. He's trained to appear to be taking interesting notes, likely.
I do not have any
Think
further
he's writing
questions. Thank you
gibberish.
so much. I appreciate your patience.
Oh, come on, we didn't even hear the in your expert opinion answer. Oh, that was so frustrating. Like after seeing all that, well, we didn't see much. We saw some photos, some we didn't. Okay, we want to hear the expert opinion. And now there was an objection, sidebar, and it's like, oh, okay, no further questions. Okay, so the state has one witness left. But now let's see cross-examination, right? This could take a while.
All right, cross-examination.
Judge, would it be appropriate to go now, or?
Well, how long
we
is your-
can have a break for the?
I don't, well, how long is your cross-examination?
I anticipated probably being at least as much, if not more.
Okay, all right. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take our lunch break now. So we'll come back then at 1:45 to give you an hour, okay? So again, do not discuss the case and don't do any outside research, okay? We'll see you at 1:45.
$1:45, so we've got 45 minutes to talk to each other. We cannot skip it, even though we like to do that, because we started almost on time. We just couldn't wait. Look at him, everyone. He's in the naughty corner, but a very, very good boy. What are you having for lunch there? The way that he looks. Puppy dog face.
Again, ma'am, since you're still having testimony, please do not discuss your testimony with anybody to include the prosecutors, okay? All right, thank you. See you at 1:45.
Okay. He's rolling his eyes. Do you see that? Come on, show us that. Okay, so I'm going to take this off. Now we've got things to talk about. Okay, so hold on. First, Weekend Warrior 7 said, although it's not in my budget to be a paid member, I've been a subscriber for 4 years since Gabby Petito. I support you in spirit. You're the best. Sending love from Alabama. Thank you so much. Just remember, I never ask. Like, people do not have to be a paid member. I just appreciate it so much. But you are already supporting the work that I do if you just subscribe, like, share, engage, you know, comment, do all of those things. That's great. So thank you so much. Just watching my videos is a great source of support. Now, let me quickly put up a little banner for us so that we know that they're on lunch. Okay, hold on. On lunch until 1:45 is what they said, right? PM Eastern time. How about that? Okay, so I did tell you, I mean, well, if you only just joined now, welcome. I did tell you that in the lunch break, I was going to show you some clips of Juliana and things that she said, right? All right, hold on 1 second. This one. Okay. Do it like this.
Two people.
Sorry, I just want to go over the music. Stop it. Okay, here. Okay. Wait. Okay. Let's look at this clip, which is from It's courtesy of NBC. They got some of this body cam with Juliana. Look at her face, my goodness. 25th of October of 2024. So that's when she was accepting the plea deal, hey? Because she signed it. Was it on the 29th that she signed that plea deal? She pleaded guilty to involuntary manslaughter. After all that, damn, no wonder she took the plea deal. In fact, they offered it before, and all they were going to give her was a misdemeanor. She refused that. Later, they said, okay. Well, Brendan's just been arrested. He was arrested in September of 2024. Remember, the crime happened February 24th of 2023. It was in October of 2023 that Juliana was arrested. Brendan Banfield was arrested in September of 2024. And 1 month after he was arrested, she accepted the plea deal. So while he was out and about and she was in jail for 11 months, they were talking to each other on the phone. And she was writing letters and doing all sorts of things with him. Sure, that face, eh? But the minute that he got arrested, she's like, okay, I'll take the plea. Because I think she realized he could turn on her. Interesting, huh? Okay. So let's try our best to make this look pretty with the, that looks better, so we can focus. Now, they are I think they talk a little bit in between, let's see. Yeah, they say a few things, but here in between, here and there, they show Juliana's clip. So I might skip forward, we might watch the whole thing, we shall see. If there's music, I'm skipping over it. Okay, YouTube doesn't like it. Okay, so listen to what she says. Here we go.
Happened in the months leading up to the murders. Tonight, in part 2 of Drew's reporting,
Stop it, we have to know first boosted. It's way too soft for our ears, right? Okay, wait. Try that again.
Au pair describes what she says happened the day of the killings. We want to warn you, some of these details are disturbing.
Not the music we wanted. Stop that. Okay.
It was early in the morning on February 24th, 2023. In just a couple of hours, a mother and a man from Springfield would both be killed in her bedroom. There are only 2 people who know what truly went down inside of that Herndon home, according to prosecutors. One of them is the woman's husband, Brendan Banfield. Brendan claims his wife summoned the other man, Joseph Ryan, to their bedroom to fulfill a BDSM sex fantasy, and Brendan arrived too late to save his wife's life. But the other person who says she knows what happened is the family's au pair, Juliana Perez Magalhaes. She accuses the husband of lying. About a year and a half.
Sir, I think you mean mega lies. That's how we say it anyway, right? Mega lies, Juliana. Robin Collins, thank you for your $20 sticker.
After the murders, Juliana went on the record with Fairfax County prosecutors to say she and Brendan were having an affair, and she claims Brendan spent months masterminding a plan to murder his wife and take her out of the picture. News 4 is first to show you that interview with prosecutors.
What was his plan? How did he describe what his plan was?
You mean
the description of what his plan was? This is going to happen, then that's going to happen, or what specifically did he tell you?
Well, he described it like I said before, but I'll try to get into more details. That he described basically what happened in that day.
Here's what Juliana told prosecutors happened.
So she said his plan was basically what happened on that day. This is why I think he would have to take the stand, although he's too chicken too, and his defense attorney will probably say, don't do that. But to try to counteract her story. Did you know, somewhere along the way, it was brought up in Juliana's pre-trial hearings, before she took the plea deal, that an anonymous letter was sent from New York, which I think they said Brendan Banfield and Christine Banfield were from that area where this was sent from, okay, before they moved to Virginia. An anonymous letter was sent to the state from a post office that has no surveillance cameras, and to send it, it was paid for in cash. So they have no proof of who that came from. Okay, did they do fingerprint testing, DNA? Did the person wear gloves? Who knows? The point is that the letter told the state that the person writing the letter knew Christine, and that she was so close to them that she was comfortable telling them about her being into BDSM. I would like to speculate that I think he sent the letter, or someone he knew. I think he sent the letter. Because remember that this jackass, sorry, hold me back. This guy, the defendant, Brendan Banfield, he traveled to New York with the au pair before, so he probably went there again, and that's already part of the plan too, I would think, to say, no, we have to find a way for the state to debunk this whole that we started this FetLife account, because they want to say that Christine was into it, that she had Joseph Ryan come over, she was sending all those messages, and that he was just saving the day. All he was doing was trying to intervene and save his wife from this intruder. But see, in that scenario, it doesn't work out anyway, because it wouldn't be an intruder then. And Christine wouldn't have said, he has a knife, call 911. So the story doesn't really pan out, but that was one of the things that came up in the pretrial hearings. Also, 2 of the lead detectives were transferred off the case. That's a little bit weird, hey? Jen, just a crazy Swiftie, thank you for buying the mods 5 strong coffees. So I don't know why that is. That's a little weird. Some of them apparently could not corroborate with the state's angle that Brendan and Juliana started the FetLife account. I think it's because it's very difficult to prove, because they always used her laptop, a fake email address that they allegedly made, and used the laptop when she was home. So I don't know, maybe that's why we're not hearing from an expert like that to prove otherwise, right? Gail MacArthur said, thank you for the great coverage. Thank you so much. Now, in this clip, Juliana is going to say, I think it's here at the end somewhere, when they ask her, when did the little girl call you mommy? And she's like, I don't know exactly when it was. So this is what I was referring to earlier, okay?
On that day. She says Brendan pretended to leave for work. He was a law enforcement agent with the IRS. But she says he was actually staked out at a McDonald's nearby, waiting for Juliana's call. Juliana says Christine was asleep in the bedroom and they hid her cell phone in the kitchen. Juliana went to the car with the couple's 4-year-old daughter for a staged trip to the zoo. Juliana says she was concealing a gun that Brendan gave her and instructed her to carry that morning. That's when Joseph Ryan showed up to the family's home. Police say he brought with him restraints and a knife.
And then that's when Brendan had instructed me before, as soon as I see Joe's car, for me to call him like right away. And that's what I did.
Juliana says that's when...
But her story, in my opinion, matches the evidence the state has shown. That's why they offered her this plea deal, because she is the strongest evidence against him. You know, that's why if he wants to try to counteract that, he's going to have to get on the stand. Green Eye Sparkle, thank you for your sticker. And Sam Tires, thank you for yours. She said, thank you for helping through the start of grief for my other dad. Gee, I'm so sorry to hear that. Sorry for your loss, and thank you for being here.
When Brendan starts driving from the McDonald's back to the home. Juliana says next she was instructed to call Christine on that phone they purposefully hid in the kitchen. When Brendan arrives, Juliana says the 2 of them enter the back basement door with the 4-year-old girl, leaving her in the basement as they go up to the ground level and pause at the foot of the staircase.
He just did like this to me, wait, and then I stopped, and then we were both just listening to that sound. That was the real sound we were listening to.
What did it sound like?
For me, I mean, slapping.
Brendan's defense attorney points to several inconsistencies in Juliana.
Let's pause there. So even the 2 of them leaving that little girl in the basement, that's crazy. Who's going to do that? If it really was an intruder and they were not part of this whole plan or didn't concoct the entire plan, why would they say, let's both go into the basement? Okay, now little girl and dog stay in the basement, and then the 2 of them go upstairs. Why would Juliana have to go with him? Why are the 2 of them partaking in this crime? Right? Why would she plead guilty? Why would she tell the story? I think it makes sense. I think it makes sense. Her story makes sense, actually. I know we're mad at it that she's only going to get a max of 10 years. But I think her story makes a lot of sense. So leaving the little girl, she was 4.5 years old, in the basement is so sickening. To think that the little girl was in the basement, like, where are they going? What is going on? And hearing probably gunshots and all sorts of things and wondering what is going on. Are we going to the zoo or what? Shame.
Statements, and this is one of them. She originally told police that the moment they first entered the basement, she could hear sex sounds from upstairs. But now, Juliana admits that her story has changed, saying she made a mistake in her original statement. Juliana says they ascended the stairs and Brendan went into the room, gun drawn. She says she was behind him. Juliana says Brendan announced himself as law enforcement as Joseph Ryan was on top of Christine on the floor. Juliana says Christine yelled, "Brendan, he has a knife." And then Juliana says Brendan almost immediately shot Joseph Ryan in the head.
She was like, oh, like, why'd you do this? Call 911. And I said, Juliana, specifically, Juliana, call 911.
Police say Juliana did call 911 at that moment.
See, here they also say on the floor that Christine, I always imagined that she was on the bed, like sleeping in. And that when Joseph Ryan came in, thinking that this was going to be a consensual experience, okay, that there's going to be a whole role play scenario. Okay, I have seen a PDF with some of the text messages between Joseph Ryan and the Anastasia account. I can't read it to you. Too dirty language for us over here, okay, because it's part of the FetLife, account, and what they were saying is going to happen. But if it's true, which I do think it is, that Juliana and Brendan started the account, man, did they set him up. Like, you got to go in there, and no matter how much I scream or what I do, we're in this role play, okay? I might seem frightened, but I'm not. I'm just role playing. So they really coached him on how it's going to be, right? He really thought it's going to be this consensual experience. So if he went in there, I don't know why Christine was then on the floor, if he put her on the floor or whatever, but the minute, it wasn't long that he was in the house when Brendan was already back at the house, because he was hanging around at McDonald's to get the call to be back, which he could be back within 6 minutes, right? Okay. So if Joseph Ryan is now in this role play and thinking this is going to be a great morning, and the plan was, by the way, to finish the experience at around 10:30 or 11 in the morning, and either Brendan or Juliana, in my opinion, texting Joseph Ryan, said that after that, then we can get to know each other. Like, you could talk to me. Before that, role play. Okay. So anyway, yeah, I think Juliana's story makes sense. Let's listen to a little more of this.
But she never said anything on the phone and hung up shortly after connecting with the 911 dispatcher. She says Brendan was gesturing at her to get off the phone. Then Juliana told prosecutors she saw Brendan take Joseph Ryan's knife and stab his wife in the neck.
What did you hear her saying to Brendan as he was stabbing her in the neck?
He was stabbing her, and she was just telling him, let me go, I'm gonna die anyways. I'm gonna bleed to death. She was just, leave me here, let me die.
Why would she say that? And how would she say that? Juliana, what are you saying? Why would Christine say, just leave me here, I'm gonna die anyway, I'm gonna bleed to death, when she's stabbed in the neck allegedly by her husband? Why would she do that? You can't talk, let alone scream, if you've been stabbed in the neck so many times, you know what I mean? And what a fright she must have gotten. So that was a weird statement. Almost as weird as when Juliana said she was kneeling. See, Juliana said she was kneeling by the bed. She implied, that's why I visualized, okay, so the bed's quite high and Christine must have been on the bed and Joseph Ryan, and then they shot him and then he fell on the floor, because Juliana said she was kneeling on the bed and she could feel blood dripping on her and it was warm. I made a short of that. If you haven't seen my YouTube shorts, I'm putting like highlights from the trial days. And by highlights, it doesn't mean that that's like a yay moment. I mean like an important moment. Listen to what Juliana's saying. Like, how did she say that? But I mean, I don't believe that. Do you believe that? Tell me what you think about this. Hear what she just said here.
And as he was stabbing her in the neck.
He was stabbing her, and she was just telling him, let me go, I'm gonna die anyways. I'm gonna bleed to death. She was just, leave me here, let me die. And then he was telling her, I can't. I don't know why he said I can't.
Police say Christine Banfield was stabbed.
She's like, I don't know why you said I can't. That is such a weird scenario. Oh my goodness. Yeah. Sally Ann says, I don't think I can handle the au-pair saying the little girl called her mommy. Oh, it's coming up. We're getting to it in this clip still. So brace yourself.
Multiple times in different parts of her body. Juliana says Joseph Ryan was still moving after the gunshot to his head, and she says Brendan then instructed her to shoot Joseph Ryan again, which she did. Then Juliana claims Brendan started to manipulate the crime scene.
How did Christine Banfield's blood come to be on Joe Ryan's arms and hands?
Brendan did.
Nearly 8 months went by without an arrest in the case. Over that time, detectives returned to the home and police say something stood out. It appeared to them that Juliana had moved into the primary bedroom with...
Ma'am, sir, everybody, what? This still, like, look at this lingerie here. Ugh. And then look at this picture here. I mean, how big can this picture be? Giant picture of the two of them. She's like, you and me together forever. Wow, okay. New bed. New bed, new room. Is this a fireplace, I think, as well? More pictures up here. That. If I'm on the jury, So everything put together and Juliana's story. And then, so there's the affair. The soundproof windows that Brendan had installed months before. Soundproof windows and testing the screaming and all that. Target practice, taking Juliana to target practice. Buying her a Glock. Buying each of them a new phone right before the murders. Juliana and Brendan got a new phone. Christine didn't. Oh, interesting. The FetLife account, the fake zoo trip, him loitering around McDonald's. I always say loitering around. He's like hanging around, which he said to Juliana, according to her side of the story, that he was going to like switch up his schedule and start, hanging around different places before work so it doesn't look weird that he does it on the day of the murders. Then the au pair in the master bedroom. Afterwards, how on earth did you people roll around in these sheets? And unfortunately, we saw an exhibit from her room before with their bodily fluids, okay? Oh my word. Anyway, so how were you rolling around here after what you did? Allegedly. Oh, let's just say after 2 people died in there. There was blood everywhere. And you're okay just moving in and making it your own? That's weird. In my opinion, that's weird. Okay, also the unlocking of the front door that was done with an app on the phone, done on Christine's phone, by Brendan apparently, phone then turned off. So unlocked for, it was like he could set it, unlock it for 15 minutes. And it was unlocked for enough time for Joseph Ryan to enter the front door. And then Christine's phone was turned off and put in the kitchen drawer. Wow. The outfit that Brendan wore, one could question that. Maybe you would change your shoes at work or shoes and pants at work. I don't know, but the outfit's interesting. And then the child in the basement. Come on, man. Guilty, okay, sorry, in my opinion. He's presumed innocent unless proven guilty in a court of law. Wow, okay, let's hear more.
Brendan. The picture on the bedside frame had been swapped out. Now it held a picture of Brendan and Juliana. Police say they also heard the young girl calling Juliana her mommy. News 4 is not identifying the child due to her age.
When did first begin to refer to you as her mommy?
I do not remember when exactly.
In October of 2023, Fairfax County Police...
You heard it. You heard it. And she says it so nonchalantly. What? I don't remember exactly when she started calling me mommy. Why? You're so freaking inappropriate. The au pair. You have one job, okay? One. Look after the child. That's it. No banging the husband. No plotting murder with the husband. None of that. No moving into the master bedroom. No. And she was the opposite of protective of that little girl. You could see it in the body cam from that day. She had blood on her hand and she was like reaching out to touch the little girl. Don't do that. Don't leave her in the basement alone. You don't have to go upstairs there. But she did. Doesn't even remember if she locked the basement door.
Police arrested Juliana and charged her with Joseph Ryan's murder. Over the next year, Brendan remained free. He wasn't charged with any crime until police arrested Brendan in September of 2024 and charged him with 4 counts of aggravated murder. Reporting in Fairfax.
Yes. Okay. So we have that. Now, let me see what else I have for you. Because there's a few things I could show you. Just hold on one second. I'm going to quickly go here. Got to just find my files, you know what I mean? Sure. So tell me what you think about all that while I look for this. Am I blind? I'm looking. Hold on. It's in Virginia, okay? I just want to see if there's anything I could read from there. So hold on one second. It would be this day. There's some exhibits. Yeah, okay. Okay, I'm going to download this quickly. All right. So I can't read. Stop it. Don't summarize the document. There you go. AI will probably not even be able to. On Adobe, it's like, do you want me to summarize the document? You won't be able to. It'll violate your guidelines. Adobe. Okay. Remember, they're on lunch till 1:45. Time right now is 1:21. Okay. Now, Wendy says it pisses me off that they brought the child into the basement right before all this happened. That gets me mad. Save Our Water says, I see him wearing casual clothes when he was arrested. That as well. Good point, good point. Okay. Yeah. Hunting for Kitty said the poor daughter will be so traumatized and angry when she absorbs what was done to her mommy and her life. Druesilu said, I don't think she was the mastermind, but she was an all too willing accomplice. Absolutely. It's like almost like Fred and Rosemary West, man. Like, what are these people doing? I don't know. I'm just thinking of like an awful couple plotting murder together, allegedly. Okay. So wait, let me just see what I could read to you here. Why is it in this format? Stop it. Hold on. I want to reopen this document. Just give me 1 second, please. I've got to be very careful with it because it's quite graphic language. Just stop that. Okay. I just want to go to the last page so you can see. Okay, here we go. All right. I've got a document here. Okay, so these are the messages between the FetLife account and Joseph Ryan. Anastasia would be the account that the state alleges Brendan and Juliana made. And based on all these messages, I really think Juliana typed a lot of them. I really do. Thank you to Grizzly Cat for obtaining all these exhibits for us. So I'm just going to, let me just quickly see. Here are the best. I just want to go up to see how far I can. Okay, hold on. There's a Walmart, okay. So please don't kink shame the victim, Joseph Ryan, in this. He thought it was consensual, okay? So just hold on. I'm trying to see, there's 48 pages, okay? I'm just going, I'm going up as far as I can because the beginning was pretty rough. It was pretty rough. I was like, is the defense going to read this out? Yeah, let's not do that one. Okay, so Anastasia says something about I expect it. Joe, owner, says good. And let's just see the date on here is the 24th of Feb of 2023. Okay, so that was at 4:45 a.m. UTC. Minus 5 or so would be 11 o'clock at night. So they, on February 23rd, which was Brendan Banfield's birthday, by the way, they're planning this for the next day. Okay? So, Joseph Ryan says, good, great. And Anastasia says, and hopefully many orgasms for both of us. Let's rest a bit. I'll see you very soon. I just want to show you how she hyped him up. Okay? Wendy says, gee, do you have a FetLife account? No. Why did you ask that? Do you have a FetLife account? No. Don't answer that, guys. Don't answer that. Don't tell on yourself here, okay? And it's okay if you do. Nobody's shaming anybody. Okay. Let's rest a bit. I'll see you very soon. And then he says, good night. This says status red. Good morning. This is now at 11:03 a.m. UTC. Minus 5 is 6 in the morning. Okay, 6 in the morning. Anastasia account, which is the one the state says Brendan and Juliana made. And Anastasia is the main character from 50 Shades of Grey. So I just think that these two jackasses were like, what can we call this account? Anastasia. Okay. So I'm going to say, allegedly Juliana says, good morning. Joe says, good to see you up. She says, couldn't sleep, too excited. How are you? He says, same, drinking my coffee before I head over. Have you touched yourself this morning? Ready for a new COCK? She says, I didn't. I'm waiting for you. I'm definitely ready. He says, good. You'll be bent over my knee in about an hour. Oh, who knew we're doing spicy lunchtime here? Okay. Anastasia says, ooh, can't wait. Let me know when you leave and ETA, which is a estimated time of arrival. Stefan's like, Anastasia, very creative. They were so creative. These ones, yeah, super original. Okay, so let me know when you leave an ETA. He says, I'm going to the Walmart. Oh, there's Walmart. There you go. Walmart enters the chat. Okay. Let me quickly see. Southern Cali B says, can you put the document on Patreon? Gee, I don't think I can. I really worry about this document. Maybe. I'll check with my manager later. Okay. Kazoo62, thanks for the coffees. So Joe says, I'm going to the Walmart first to pick up lube and a second pack of saran wrap. I'll be leaving shortly. The drive with a detour is 30 minutes. Unless you have extra lube and saran wrap. They'd spoken previously about saran wrap, fisting, chains, knives, all sorts of things, okay? Margaret, thank you so much. So he says, unless you have extra lube and saran wrap, and she says, that's fine. My lube needs to be replaced. I don't love it. I really feel like that's Juliana writing that. Don't you also? Oh, no, no, no. Anyway, he says, okay, I'll grab some. Everything else is sorted. I made a spreader bar last night. Knife packed, zip ties, locks, chains, etc. And Anastasia account says, you're the best, smiley face. And Joe says, leaving in 10ish, won't show up until 7:20 to 7:30. What time was the zoo trip? Oh my, they're going to leave at 7:30. Quickly going to the zoo. Oh no, forgot my packed lunch. Wow. Leaving in 10ish, won't show up until 7:20 to 7:30. Anastasia says, see you soon. Thank you, Linda Wolf. And Joe says, do some stretching, leaving now. Okay, so he says 7:30 estimated time of arrival, traffic, and she says, okay, I'll be waiting for you. Man. And that's it. That's the last of the messages. Okay, so let me know what you think about that. Let us do this. Okay, so we'll close that one for now. Yeah, Caroline says Jay wrote all of that for sure, in my opinion too. Court Loco said, I really don't see why Juliana didn't say at least once, yes, I wrote that. That one was me writing. It's just odd, right? It's just odd where she didn't even say that once. But you can hear how excited Joe was for this experience, and they'd written back and forth for weeks. So going over everything that was supposed to happen, you know? So he really thought this was the plan. Hunting for Kitty said, who leaves for the zoo at 7:30? We've had that conversation right on day 1, I think. Everyone was talking about the zoos that are close by and what time they open and all of that, but still, it's like the traffic would be quite crazy. Stefan said, I can see Juliana writing that stuff, right? Fong Pitt said, just upgraded my membership to Lighthouse. Oh, thank you so much. I missed that. Sorry about that. If you did that, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. So, okay, let me see what else I have. Hold on one second. We go here. What is the other thing I had? Obviously, we've also got the 911 calls, right? Let's see. We've seen... Is it this one?
Juliana.
Tonight, a shocking new video of a Brazilian au pair alleging her now former lover and boss, Brendan Banfield, masterminded an elaborate plot to murder his wife, Christine, while their 4-year-old daughter was downstairs.
I asked him, we're going to divorce her. He explained that he was thinking about finding a way to just get rid of her.
In her videotaped statement to prosecutors, part of her plea deal and obtained by NBC News, Juliana Perez Magles claims both she and Banfield logged onto a fetish website, posing as his wife Christine, and lured 39-year-old Joseph Ryan to their home for a rape fantasy. Perez Magles claims Ryan entered the Banfield's bedroom while Christine was asleep.
We told other people before that it was kind of part of the game. She would just get kind of freaked out and try to resist.
Prosecutors allege on the morning of February 24th...
See? They prepped Joe, as in coached him, manipulated him, lured in there under false pretenses. And to say it's a SA fantasy with knife and chains and blood play and all sorts of things they discussed, right? And that even if she seems afraid, she's not. It's just part of the role play. So they... To me, that's very premeditated, how they did all this. Also, knowing that Christine was a sane nurse before she was a pediatric nurse, literally dealt with SA victims. I just think it's very sadistic. If Brendan Banfield made this FetLife account And if Brendan Banfield and Juliana planned all this, as she says they did, which I believe her. I do believe that whole story. It makes sense to me. But if they did, that is so sadistic, what they did to both Christine and Joseph Ryan. Just framing Joseph Ryan, luring him there. That's what the state alleges. What Juliana says as well from her plea deal. Okay. It's just so unfair, right? Okay. Estelle Pretoria said she had the most to gain from this, right? He was trying not to lose lots of money and custody of his daughter. That's what he told Juliana, apparently. But she had a lot to gain. Clearly, she was thinking, I'm going to be the new wife or what? Because she moved into the master bedroom. And the little girl called her mommy. Oh, my word.
2023, in order to make it appear as though it was an act of self-defense. Both Perez Magles and Brendan Banfield entered the room. They shot Ryan twice, and Banfield fatally stabbed Christine.
She was just telling him, let me go, I'm gonna die anyways. I'm gonna bleed to death.
Months later, prosecutors say during a search of the house, investigators found a picture of Banfield and Perez Magles on a bedroom nightstand. They also found her clothes in the victim's closet, confirming their suspicions the two had been having an affair. Last year, Perez Magles pleaded guilty to manslaughter. She has yet to be sentenced.
She will be sentenced on February 20th of 2026. February 20th, okay, write that down. Oh, there's Grizzly Cat. Grizzly Cat, thank you for the exhibits. I was just talking about you. I read some of that PDF. Whoa, that was quite something, hey? Let's see what else I have. I do also have the 911 calls. Let me just see if I can download this. Just to listen to that again, because that was crazy. The way the two of them are, even that to me will be part of the circumstantial evidence to consider if I were on the jury. Like, damn, the way they sounded on those 911 calls, they didn't say, we need an ambulance. Oh my goodness, there was an intruder. And like, my wife has been stabbed. Like, please, can you get help? They didn't do that. Also, Juliana's story of the whole, like, Brendan telling her to go get a towel. I think he used that towel to grip the knife handle. And the towel did have blood on it. So, okay. Wow. All right, so let's see if I can, where can I put this? Wait, let's play it, if I can play it. Hello? Hold on one second. Okay.
February 24, 2023.
Don't know which order this is, but let's listen.
47.
You can hear,
49.
Right? That's what it looks like. There's 3, so we'll listen to them again. They try to call back. This was when 911 tried to call back. Okay, wait.
Hello, you can disregard this message. Thank you.
February 24, 2023, 7:48:40.
Okay, we played that one. So that's another weird thing that Juliana called 911. She says it's because Christine told her to, like, Juliana, call 911. But that was a mistake. I think that was a huge slip up, huh? That Juliana called 911 and Brendan was like, not yet type of thing. And then she stopped. She put the phone down. Then 911 tried to call her back and they just ignored the call. Why would they do that? Unless they're waiting for people to die. Oh, you just ignored the call. And then eventually you call back 11 minutes later. That's a long time in the scenario.
24,
okay, this is the next one.
2023, 7.
And then there's one more after this.
32.
Fairfax County 911, where's your emergency? Hello, Fairfax County 911.
February 24, 2023, 7:47:39.
So that was the first call. They put the phone down. You could hear that's probably Joseph in the background, right? Oh my word. So I think that was the first one. Then they tried to call back, they didn't answer. And now here's the next one. Let's see how long this one is.
February 24, 2023, 8:02:05.
8:02:05. The initial call was like at 8:47, right? So crazy, right? Sally said, did they find anything on the old phone? Did they even find the old phones? That I can't remember. I just know that there were 2 phones in one of the cars and all of that, but wow. Now, let's listen to this full call and then we'll switch back to the court feed because it'll be perfect timing at that point. Okay? Listen and you tell me. We listen carefully now. Does it sound like they were asking for help, that they were like, oh no, there's an intruder and we don't know what, and why would it be an intruder if Christine planned it? Then she wouldn't have said what she would have said. They wouldn't have shot him. Brendan wouldn't be like, I have to intervene. I have to be the hero of the day. Why would you do that? Why would Christine look at him and say, he has a knife? Why? That would not, it wouldn't, it wouldn't be like that. I think the logical conclusion is that Brendan and Juliana made the account, set up Joseph Ryan, lured him there as the state alleges, shot him, framed him for Christine's murder. Makes sense to me. Let's listen to this 911 call. Here we go.
Fairfax County 911, where's your emergency?
I need help. There is my friend. She just was stuck in the knife now. She's bleeding a lot. I don't know what to do anymore.
Okay, where are you?
Could take a little while because I'm going to comment in between. I don't know what to do. My friend was your friend, your boss. Okay, firstly, it's your boss. This is not your friend. My friend was stabbed in the neck, and I don't know what to do. Ask for an ambulance. Yeah. Okay, don't get me snarky. We're gonna go.
There is my friend. She just was stuck in the knife now. She's bleeding a lot. I don't know what to do anymore.
Okay, where are you located? What's your address?
Oh my God.
Take a deep breath for me. Just let me know your address.
It's 1-3-1-3.
Okay, 1-3. Take it.
Oh no, we're gonna hear her moaning again on the 911 call. Oh no, like on the body cam. Just stop it. Saran wrap is cling wrap for those asking, if that's maybe what you call it, right? Where you from? And Rodney Munch said, for people into the BDSM thing, saran wrap is a lot easier than learning how to tie all those knots. Okay, that's based on the previous text messages that we had read. That Joe was going to Walmart to get more saran wrap and lube.
Breath for me. You're on Stablebrook Way? Are you on Stablebrook Way?
Yes.
What's your house number?
It's what's the number of this?
Is there somebody else there that can give me the address?
13230 Stablebrook Way.
Okay. And what's your name and what's going on?
My name is Christine Banfield. I'm a federal agent. This is my house. There's somebody here. I shot him. But he stabbed her.
Wow, for distancing language, hey? Hello, I'm Christine Banfield, and this is my house. I'm a federal agent. So I'm a federal agent. This is my house. There's somebody here. Somebody stabbed her. Who's her? Your wife, jackass. Your wife. He doesn't say my wife was stabbed initially. He first has to say status federal agent. My house. My job, my house. I'm here with my girlfriend, by the way. There's somebody here. And she was stabbed. Wow. Okay.
She's bleeding. She's got several marks on her neck. What do I do?
Okay. So what I need you to do is apply direct pressure directly to where she's bleeding from, okay? And if it becomes silk, just add more cloth to it. It's already there. How old is the person?
I don't know.
The person that's bleeding?
37.
Okay. Okay, so the person that you shot, where is he?
I don't know him.
Okay, where is he though?
He's here. He's on the ground.
Okay.
Still hasn't said wife. Not one
Okay.
time.
And the person that he stabbed, where are they now? Are they still in the house as well? I have rescue coming to you.
It's my wife.
It's just bleeding. I'm just doesn't know what to do.
Okay, so I want you to get a clean cloth.
I'm mute. We're just two idiots, so we don't know what to do over here. There. It took him 2 minutes and 41 seconds to say, it's my wife. And kind of under his breath, yeah, my wife. You didn't say my wife was stabbed, like first sentence. What a jackass, oh my word. And she's like, we don't know what to do. Sure.
And apply direct pressure to where you're bleeding from, okay?
Yeah.
Okay, are you the one that's bleeding? Just keep applying pressure. Don't remove it. If it becomes soaked, just add more cloth to what is already there. Do not use a tourniquet. If one is already on, don't remove it. And don't throw or flush any blood-soaked items, okay? And, sir, I need you not to touch the weapons or disturb the scene at all. And don't touch or remove any impaled object, okay? Sir, hello? Ma'am, can you hear me?
Let me.
Okay. Are you the one that was injured?
She's not responding.
She's not responding anymore. He's living.
Okay. Can you tell me how her breathing is?
Just how her breathing is.
She's heart's still beating. She's
Okay.
still breathing.
Okay. Just keep applying pressure to where she's bleeding from and just put her on her side, okay?
On her side?
Yeah, on her side. You said she's breathing normally, she's just not responding to you?
She's got a very big hole in her neck.
Okay.
Fong Pit, thanks for the 10 strong coffees. He says she's got a very big hole in her neck. Oh my word.
Just keep applying pressure, okay? Just keep adding more cloth that's already there. And who am I speaking to? Who are you, dear? Are you?
What?
Okay, so who's the person? Where's the person that's bleeding? Where are they in the house?
They're upstairs.
Okay.
In the bedroom.
Okay, and where is the person that was shot? Are they also in the house downstairs?
Yes.
Yeah, he's in the bedroom too.
Okay. Okay.
Can you just send help, please?
Yeah, they're on the way. They're coming to you now, lights and sirens, okay? And any weapon is secured, correct?
Again?
Any weapon is secured?
I have the weapon.
Okay, can you just leave it where it is?
Yeah.
Okay. And you say you don't know the individual that was shot?
No.
Well, he's not lying when he says, I have the weapon. Yeah, you do. Say that confession again. And what did you do with it? Perhaps make the holes in your wife's neck that you don't even want to call her wife? Oh, you don't want to call her wife in front of your girlfriend, huh? Big eye roll, my goodness. Yeah, tell me what you noticed, and if you're watching the replay, or even you guys in the live, tell me afterwards what you noticed if you listen to this again.
No, whenever they the person.
And sir, where are you? Are you taking care of the person upstairs?
I'm trying.
I was trying, but
Okay.
it takes too long.
Okay, I have officers that are pulling up outside, okay? So just make sure the weapon is placed where it is and it's secure, and just keep applying pressure. And make sure your door is unlocked. Can we make sure that's done?
All right.
Okay. And if there's any animals, please make sure they're put away.
Unlock the door.
Okay. I'm going to unlock the door. Okay. What is your can?
Okay, so make sure your weapon is down, sir, and that you're coming to the door with your hands up so the officers can see you.
Okay, I'm locked.
Okay, and the weapon is down?
Tina also pointed out, as someone else also earlier said, they're upstairs, implying that these two are downstairs, right? Like, but aren't you right there in the room? They're upstairs. I don't know who this person is. Mm-hmm.
Are you there?
In 90 seconds, we're switching back over to the court feed.
Are you there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Are they coming?
Yeah, they're on the way. You should see them soon. They're pulling up outside right now. Let me know when you can see them, okay?
I just see them?
Mm-hmm. You should be able to see them soon.
Huh? I hear them.
Okay, so are we... Okay, and no one has a weapon, right? The weapon's down?
The weapons are down.
Okay.
That one's down.
I hear them.
Okay. They're pulling up outside. Just keep applying pressure to where she's bleeding from and just make sure she's okay.
Here we're doing this. It's okay.
Okay, let me know if the officers are with you.
When they come here?
Yeah, they're pulling up now. They're gonna make their way to you. Mhm.
Okay.
I'm showing them outside.
My word, Pernille, yes. We've only got 40 seconds left. Pernille says, and at no point do they remember the daughter in the basement because they placed her there. They don't even say anything about that. That's so crazy. Mary, thank you for your sticker. You said, in the famous words of our fearless leader, Gisela, who is not a follower. Stop it. Yeah, shame, woman, shame. I can't take her voice. Sounds like a child, right? Mm-hmm.
I'm here.
They're here. They can come in.
I'll go ahead and disconnect with you. Speak to the police, okay?
Come in. You guys. It's right here.
Where's it going at?
We need help.
Where's it going at?
It's up here.
Up here on the bed.
He's in the house with you. So, this is going on.
Anybody downstairs?
My God.
February 24, 2023.
Okay, day after Brendan's birthday. Bet they would have wanted it to be on the Thursday, the 23rd, isn't it? Mm-hmm. Okay, going back to the court feed. Are you ready to continue with the trial day? They are back now. So let us put this back on. Sorry, hold on one second. There you go.
I believe so, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Cross-examination time. Thank you so much to Grizzly Cat for getting those exhibits for us so that we can go over them again, listen to them, study them. Really appreciate it. Thank you, Deborah. You said thank you so much, Queen Grizzly Gisela. Thank you so much. Ready for cross, guys? Hunting for Kitty says it doesn't make any sense for Juliana to have left the little girl in the basement alone. Why is she upstairs? Any federal officer would have told her to get the child out of harm's way to start with. Exactly.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, can we publish this to the attorneys?
All I see is a white screen. Is it on your laptop?
Yes.
Hold on a minute, we just have to switch it over.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Just to the witness and the attorneys?
The witness and the attorneys, yes,
Okay.
thank you.
And this, for the record, what exhibit number is this?
Judge, if we can,
Oh, you don't have, it's not in evidence yet? Okay.
it's not an evidence.
All right, thank you.
I can identify it, however.
Sure, okay.
Your Honor, if we could identify this as defense exhibit number 80.
80?
80.
Okay, we'll identify it.
I think
as
that's a
80.
little out of line, but it's.
That's fine.
Okay. Good afternoon, Ms. Graff. I'm John Carroll. I represent Mr. Banfield in this case.
Good
If there are any
afternoon.
questions that I ask you and you don't understand them, please ask for me to repeat them.
Sure.
Okay. Ma'am, can you see the first slide there at your station?
Excuse me?
Did you see something on the screen?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And what have you seen that before?
Yes.
Okay. What were you in terms of your ability to see that? Was that in pictures?
This object or
Yes.
this one image or what's contained in the image?
This object and this image.
The object I saw in multiple images, including the body cams, videos, and I see it in this still image.
Okay. And you recognize that?
Yes.
Now, did you work with Detective Leach from the Fairfax County Police on this case?
I worked with him in the sense that I received, I believe, reports that he wrote, documentation of what type of analysis was done or submitted various items for, and had a conversation about a particular testing that he did.
Okay. And the particular testing, was that the testing that we just talked about in your cross-examination with the, what you said was a linear drip stain on the pants of Joe Ryan?
No.
Which stain was it?
It had to do with some socks that may or may not have been bloodstained, and that was the focus of our conversation.
Okay. And so how many conversations did you have with Detective Leach during this process?
I only remember one specific meeting that he was present where we had a one-on-one conversation about items in this case.
Okay. And was that here in Fairfax that this meeting
Yes.
took place?
Yes.
And were you present for that here, or were you in a virtual situation?
And I was present, physically present.
Okay. How long ago was that when you had your contact with Fairfax County PD?
When I talked to Detective Leach about this case,
Yes.
I don't remember the date, it's been some time ago.
Okay. Do you remember the date that you were previously here in Fairfax?
I remember what I was doing. I'd have to look up our calendar to see what date that was.
Did it coincide with another case that you were working for the Fairfax Commonwealth's Attorney's Office?
No, it's not another case.
Okay.
We were here doing some training
Okay. And training here in Fairfax?
in this area. I think it was Alexandria, maybe. I remember the physical facility. I don't remember the name of the location, but it was in this area.
Now, going back to this image, were you aware of, and I'll show you the next image, were you aware of Detective Leach asking for analysis for DNA on this juncture that's showing on the knife?
I was aware that some analysis was done. I did not talk to Detective Leach about specifically where or how the sample was collected. I think I may have looked at the results of the analysis,
Okay.
but I did not focus on this particular object.
And is it fair to say in your review of this that you looked at all of the results of the analysis that were produced in these cases, or in this case?
I don't know if I received copies of all the analysis that was done. Everything I received, I reviewed.
Okay. And in this situation, and Your Honor, I can...
Just want to mark it.
Well, what I was thinking I might do, Judge, is if we mark it A and then.
80A? Okay, this can be 80A, that's fine.
And then 80B and going forward through.
Okay.
Okay, and I'll
Okay.
identify it.
All right, so this is 80A, the one
Yes.
that's on the screen right now? Okay, thank you.
Ma'am, just to refresh your recollection, does that look like the analysis that you looked at?
Judge, I'm going to object.
Yep. Yes?
Best evidence. It's not the full document. The document's been admitted in evidence.
All right. Well, she needs to review the full document.
Okay.
We have it available.
Ma'am, to your recollection, whose DNA was, without referring to that, whose DNA was identified on that portion of the knife?
Again, it wasn't part of my analysis. I don't recall exactly where it was.
Your Honor, I mean, this is the comments exhibit.
You got to be by a microphone. What?
Sorry, Your Honor, I'm going to look at the Commonwealth's exhibits because I think it's been introduced as one of the Commonwealth's exhibits.
I don't see any trolls, but if there's trolls, don't worry. Grizzlies eat trolls for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Thank you, mods, for everything you do.
Aaron, if we could pull up Commonwealth's exhibit number 160.
I can't pull up anything.
Sorry?
I can't pull up anything.
I thought that was introduced into evidence.
Yeah, but we don't have their electronic files.
Yeah, I think it's on there.
This is not ours. This is the court's. If you want to use it, it's all here.
Ma'am, can I, Your Honor, if I may, I have the hard copy here. I'll just have her.
Okay, that's fine. I'll just switch it over to the lamp. Oh. You're just going to use the hard copy on the lamp? Is that?
Big pardon?
Oh, you're just going to give it to her, or are you going to use it on the
If I could
lamp?
just give it to her, that would be fine.
Okay, that's fine. 160, which I have is just lab sheet DNA blood.
It is lab sheet May 22, 2023.
Thank you.
Number 160.
All right, if you want to show her that, that's fine.
Ma'am, have you had enough to look at that? Does that refresh your recollection, ma'am?
Well, again, I don't know if this was one of the documents that I looked at. I'd have to look at my listing of the materials that I received. I recognize it as an analysis report, but I don't know if it's something I received or not.
In preparation for your testimony today, did you review the things that you had reviewed for testifying today?
I did look at my report. I didn't memorize the whole list of what I did receive.
So you're not certain of the specifics of the lab analysis relating to the knife in this case?
I don't recall the specifics of the knife, and as I said, I did not focus on the knife as part of my analysis as far as identifying patterns and as a result of that, whose DNA profiles might or might not be present.
And would DNA profiles, whether they're present or whether they were even tested for, would those be important in some of the determinations that you've made today?
In terms of the knife itself,
In terms of any aspect of it?
in terms of everything taken together, those bloodstain patterns that I talked about, if a DNA profile was identified, then I noted that based on the relevant analysis reports that I had.
And if there were stains that weren't examined, would those be important as to informing your conclusions?
Judge objection is to form, I don't believe it's clear, examined by whom?
If you could rephrase the question.
Okay. There's, in the scenes that you've seen on the body cam, there are numerous stains, correct?
Yes,
And many of them have been tested, many of them haven't been tested, correct?
that's correct.
And in fact, you directed testing for some of them in your relationship with Detective Leach, correct?
I don't recall directing Detective Leach which stains to sample or to have tested.
Did you identify a sample that you required Detective Leach to get tested?
Not that I recall. My analysis was based on the documentation, not personal examination of the physical objects.
Ma'am, did you have an opportunity to review what would be 80D? Do you see that picture?
I see the picture, yes.
Do you recognize that picture?
Yes,
Have you reviewed that as part of this case in your examination?
yes.
Okay. In this instance, this is the injury to, is this the injury to Joe Ryan in his left hand?
This is one injury to his left thumb.
Okay. And the contusion and the bruising, do you see that?
Yes, I see the contusions to the left thumb.
Okay. And in terms of your experience as a blood spatter analyst, blood spatter pattern analyst, is it fair to say there's a greater likelihood of injury to the person who's stabbing than someone who's, or to the person, there's greater likelihood of injury to the person who has the knife and is stabbing versus others involved in the scene?
I'm sorry, I'm not exactly clear on what the question is.
Is there, let me see if I can rephrase it. In your experience, is there a greater likelihood of a stabber having an injury as a result of that knife?
I can't really say greater likelihood.
Okay. Have you experienced that?
Not in something measured as a greater likelihood.
Okay. Have you experienced it in some other measure?
Well, that it's not uncommon for, in a stabbing situation, especially if there's no hilt on the knife, that multiple impacts can cause the weapon itself to become slippery because blood is a fluid and is wet. Their hand may slide and actually get cut.
Okay. And
Sorry, hold on. Okay. You know what's also, it makes no sense, Brendan and Juliana's theory of like, oh, there was an intruder. Why would Joseph Ryan talk to who he believed was Anastasia, okay, for weeks and plan a kinky experience and then go in there and stab her. Why would he do that? That definitely was never part of the plan. It wasn't part of the conversation, not at all what he expected, not at all what she expected. Like, what the hell? Like, how do they explain how Joseph's plans changed? Do you know what I mean? Like, suddenly there's an intruder and he's like stabbing Christine. Why would that happen? And Stefan's like, that's a stupid question, right? I wanted to quickly show you, when I got up, or I'm going to get up for a stretch break again soon, this is what I saw. Pepper and Fury on the couch. And Fury's always snarky. Look at him. This is how I found them. Pepper is literally watching cat TV, which I put like, if you just look on YouTube for cat TV, there's like birds and mice and all things. She's watching mice right now. Hours of mice running around. Squirrels, so you could see them here. Because every time I go out, then they run around. They know. They don't want me to pick them up. You know, they're like, don't pick me up and show me off there on the internet. Sometimes I can get them, but here you go. Okay. Now let's resume testimony. Off we go.
So Carol, I just want to make sure, this is 80B, okay? 80B is in Bravo.
I'm sorry, yes, I was counting ahead.
I just want to get the record clean.
80B.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Would you agree that this is another view of that injury?
Yes.
That would
Appears
be
to be.
ADC, identified as ADC.
Thank you.
Ma'am, do you see this, the slide that's before you?
No, sir.
Do you see the slide that's before you now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you recognize this, this particular picture from the body cams that you looked at?
This does appear to be a still portion of one of the body cams.
Okay, and this would be identified as ADD? Ma'am, looking at ADD, do you see my client there?
Well, I recognize that the person, there is a person kneeling on the floor, and in looking at all the videos of the first officers, that person was later identified as Brendan Banfield.
Okay, and in that picture, can you see his hands?
I'm sorry, this particular image is very dark, difficult to see, but in the overall body cams, I did see his hands.
Okay, and are you saying that you don't see his hands in this picture?
I'm saying this picture is not really clear to show his hands. I see the area that I think is his hands, but the picture itself is not clear.
Okay, and do you see the blood on his hands?
I did see blood on his hands when I reviewed the body cams.
And in this picture, do you see blood on the backside of his hands?
I'm sorry, this picture is not clear enough to make a determination.
Okay, well, let's look at the blood stain down to his right. Do you see the portion that we've been talking about? And just if you need to look at where everything is situated in order to orient yourself, do you see the corner of the bed?
I can make out the area where the corner of the bed should be.
Okay, and can you make out the area where the saturated blood stains that you were talking about is?
I can see what it appears to be. Again, the picture quality is very poor.
Okay.
But from reviewing all the body cams, I do know that there was saturation areas on the carpet.
Okay, so just talking about this picture right here, this comes from when you reviewed the body cam, correct?
I reviewed all the body cam footage that was given to me for review.
And this footage is from the first body cam responder, isn't that correct?
Objection, Judge. I think it calls for speculation. She's indicated she has reviewed all of the body cam, but there has been no indication as to which body cam this came from.
If she can answer it.
The body cams of the first two officers going into the bedroom had the most information about location of persons and objects before being moved by the officers or being directed to be moved by the officers.
Okay, and in this picture, which would be 80D again, you can see the stained spot that you were talking about with the ladies and gentlemen of the jury earlier, correct?
Again, the quality of this picture is very poor, but I do know where there were saturations on the carpet based on all of my review of materials in this case.
Can you see the end of the bed?
I see what I think is the footboard of the bed.
Okay. Can you see what's on the bed?
In this picture, you just see that it's a dark object. Based on the totality of the documentation, I know what that object is.
Okay, and what object is that?
It was a handgun.
Okay. And do you know which of the handguns that it was?
Yes.
Okay, which one?
Based on all of the documentation I had, this would be the gun that was Mr. Banfield's identified as his duty weapon.
The Glock 19M, would that be it?
That sounds right.
Okay. Now, just looking at what we know.
So we're going to keep looking at a picture that's not clear and that the lady can't see. Okay, now for everyone asking, where's Willow? There she is. There she Look at her, look at her eye. Willow's also out there, okay. But mostly running to show me the feeding bowls. Feeding lady, you could top that up over here. You could top that up. The other two are chilling on the couch, okay? So now you've seen them all. Now we can concentrate.
About this, so you know where the gun is, even though you're saying it's a dark object, and that's, you know where the corner of the bed is, correct?
I know that the firearm, when first officers arrived in the scene, it was laying on the southeast corner of the mattress.
Okay, and so you know where the blood stain is related to the southeast corner of the mattress, correct?
The blood stain was later identified on the sheet removed from the mattress.
Do you know, we're talking about the saturated blood stain that you spoke about quite often in your direct testimony, that's at the foot of the corner of the bed.
Yes, there were multiple saturation stains on the carpet.
Okay.
One was near the southeast corner of the bed on the carpet.
Okay, and were you also, did you also review the 911 tape of the call from Fairfax County, or to Fairfax County?
I did listen to 911 recording.
Okay. Do you recall my client's statements about shooting an unknown person in the room?
I don't remember the specific verbiage. I remember that there was a reference to an injured person and a shooting.
Okay. And I'm not that worried about the detail, but what I am interested in is when he identified himself as shooting Joe Ryan, the police said, "Where are the guns now?" Do you recall that?
I don't specifically recall.
Okay. Do you recall them telling whomever was on the 911 tape, make sure the guns are visible?
Again, I don't remember the exact wording of the call.
Okay. And so you don't actually remember that from the 911 about the gun?
I don't remember the specific words that were said. I do remember specifically reviewing that there was reference to an injured person and a shooting, that was the basis for officers going to the scene.
Okay. And so would it be possible if that gun that's showing on the corner of the bed was put in the blood stain saturation that you've talked about today prior to making the 911 call?
Well, I don't know prior to the 911 call. Those are things that I can't know.
Okay.
I will say that the blood stain all along that complete side of the gun, the exposed side as you're looking at it, that it did have what appeared to be transfer, And certainly if the gun had been laid in a saturation or in a blood pool, then that would be a scenario that could not be excluded as how the bloodstains came to be on that side of the gun.
Okay. And if that was left in the position that's in for purposes of the first responders, would that be something that could be tested to determine what the DNA was on, that gun itself?
If the gun itself, as it's laying there, someone could swab it and submit that swab for analysis.
Do you know if that ever happened?
That I don't know.
Okay. You never received any records of an analysis of what was on the gun?
I don't recall getting analysis of any swabbing of the gun itself.
Okay. But that would have been the most direct way to determine if there was blood or blood of a certain person or some other basis upon which to draw a conclusion if that was swabbed, correct?
To determine the DNA profile, that would be, I would think, a preferable method would have been to swab it there as it's laying there. However, the gun was not left in that position. So,
okay.
So there were some other things to consider as far as what would be tested and what would not be tested.
Oh, so when you're talking about not being left in this position that's showing here, you're talking about when the first responders moved it to the other side of the bed?
It was officers that moved it, and this gun was moved twice.
Okay.
Based on the body cams, that's what I saw.
Okay. But the DNA analysis of this area, including those saturated, soaked blood stains, I think there were 2 of them. There are a number of other stains on the mattress. The only one that was tested was the one that's right underneath the gun, where on the bedding that was underneath the gun. Isn't that correct?
Okay. If I can take them one at a time. I did not see stains on the mattress. That simply wasn't included in images that I saw of the scene. The images that I saw, I could not identify blood stains on the mattress or on that sheet that was on the bed. There were more than 2 saturations on the carpet. Trying to remember what else you put in there.
Yeah, so I'll work with you on that. Let's go through it. The 2 big saturations on the carpet. You never saw any testing of those 2 big saturations, correct?
I'm sorry, I really don't recall. I have to go back to see if any of those were specifically tested. The one directly in front of the chest of drawers would really be no reason to test that, because in the context of the scene, we know the source.
Okay.
The one closest to the foot of the bed could be tested either by sampling the saturation of the carpet itself, or there was some clothing that was partially covered some saturation, but also was stained, and that could be tested for DNA. And then there's saturation over by the dog bed that's a distance away.
Okay. And would it surprise you to know that none of those saturated positions were tested?
I wouldn't be surprised at that.
But that would give you information that would be helpful in arriving at whatever conclusion you're trying to arrive at, right?
That depends on the extent of the analysis. Like I said, the one stain pattern, there's really no reason to test, because we could see in the context of the scene, particularly in the body cams, the source of that, because the source was laying in that area when officers arrived. The other could be tested, as I say, either directly from the carpet itself or objects on the carpet that were also stained.
Now, the firearm itself, that would be something that you would probably want to be tested, correct?
I would probably have preferred that it be tested directly from that, but Also, consider the fact that it was moved twice by officers in the scene. So before I would look at any results on that, I'd want to know more about the officers moving it to be sure that they didn't disrupt it. That's certainly a consideration, and look at the pattern, if not the DNA.
And just so you're clear, you're talking about it being moved twice after what we're seeing on this picture, which is at the corner of the bed.
Yes, it was moved twice after officers initially entered the bedroom.
And is it possible that the gun in the position that you can see my client, even though it's dark, that gun was to his right-hand side, laying in that pool of blood that had saturated that carpet prior to it being put up on the bed?
I don't know where the gun was prior to being put on the bed. It is generally to his right, as we're looking at where I know he was positioned in the room.
Okay. And you know that he had blood on his hands, correct?
He did have blood on his hands.
And in fact, I know you're not happy with the quality of this picture, but in other pictures that you've seen his hands with blood on the front side and blood on the back side, correct?
Yes, his hands, both hands were blood covered.
Okay. And that would be consistent with someone who's rendering aid before first responders come, isn't that right?
It's consistent with him having blood on his hands.
Okay.
Yeah. Love that. That would be consistent with someone who's rendering aid. Well, we don't hear that on the 911 call. None of that. But I love to answer. Yeah, no, that would be consistent with someone with blood on their hands. Yeah. Iris Dalley Graff is not here to answer questions about the 911 calls or how detectives secured the scene. She's a bloodstain pattern analyst. I like her answer there. Oh.
Looking at the first officer entering the room, he did have his hands on her neck.
Okay. And that was something that he did until the officer said, "We're going to take over now," correct?
Well, when the first officer arrived, he was there with his hands on her neck, and then an officer directed him to move away, and then the officer took over trying to render aid.
Okay. So let's talk about cast off. Is that what you call it?
Cast off is a bloodstain term.
Okay. And you spoke about cast off and how it could be a linear pattern, or what you saw was a linear pattern. And so cast off is coming off of if you could just remind me again, what was your definition of cast off?
Well, the mechanism of cast off is when some object that has wet blood on it is in motion.
Okay.
And so as it moves, blood comes off in a column, in a ligament of blood will come off, break into individual droplets as it travels through air. Okay. And because it comes off of basically one point or one area, then when it lands on a surface, those individual droplets, as they form on the surface, will make a linear or curvilinear pattern.
Okay. And so if you have a surface that has a lot of blood, say hands, and you do this, can cast off occur?
Cast off can be any object that has wet blood on it. A finger.
Okay.
If it's a hand, then usually we'll see like more than one linear distribution.
Okay.
For, say, blood coming off, depending on which fingers they are, how many. Or it can be some other object that has blood on it that's in motion, and then blood comes off of that object.
And just for the court.
Okay, so he's trying to prove that if the cast off of Christine's blood was caused by Brendan, it's because he was rendering aid, okay? His hands were flailing around. That's all. He wasn't stabbing her.
Reporter, I'm just going to describe what you just did and what I did, and if I'm incorrect, please correct me. When I talked about cast off, I talked about moving my hands in a snapping fashion away from my body, or it could be downward. And when you were describing that, you were saying it could be a hand, any finger, or all fingers going off of that object, correct?
Is any object that has wet blood on it and the object is in motion so that blood comes off of the object could produce cast off.
Okay, thank you. Now, and I guess with cast off, what I think you've identified as droplets in a linear type pattern is the words you were saying to direct examination?
That individual stains in the pattern oriented to each other will be in a linear or curvilinear pattern.
Okay, and a linear pattern, I'm just assuming what, I guess, you're talking about straight or likely straight.
Well, I say it could be linear or curvilinear, so a part of the pattern could be very straight. You could have a part where the whole line curves a bit, so it's curvilinear, but you can still, looking at it, see how they're related to each other.
Okay, and unless you actually see whatever it is that's holding that blood, you can't be certain of that, correct?
You cannot generally look at a cast-off pattern by itself to determine what the object was, other than looking at the individual stains. This came off of it's a low volume or very small surface area versus something that has a large surface area.
Okay. Now, when you're talking about the surface, and the surfaces that you're talking about in this case is you have the wall, correct?
I'm sorry, the surface area I was just referring to was the surface bearing the blood.
I understand, and I'm just moving on to surfaces that could create what you ultimately interpret. Like the wall, for example. That would be a clean surface if blood hit that, right?
Judge, objection to the mischaracterization of the answer. Her answer was about what type of object could create cast off.
Right, and he's moving on now.
Yeah, I'm moving on.
This is a new.
Understood, but to then use the word create, what she's talking about, I think.
Overruled.
Okay.
So just so I'm clear, I don't want to confuse. We're talking about surfaces. So like a surface like this, or a surface like this, or a surface of skin, okay? So that would be like a tabletop, clothing, fabric, and skin.
So
I haven't asked the question yet.
Okay.
Depending on what surface you're talking about, would it be easier to identify whether it's a linear pattern or even whether it's a drop pattern, excuse me if I'm not using the right term, when you're talking about like a wall or a flat surface like this versus clothing and say denim like what we have in this case, or a forearm, what we have in this case? There'd be different.
Judge, objection to the compound question.
Overruled, he hasn't asked the question yet.
I haven't asked the question yet, yeah. Would there be different things that you would consider based upon the surface that you're analyzing in coming at your conclusions?
Well, in looking at bloodstains, all of them, you should consider the target surface, that is the surface receiving the blood, and how it might alter a bloodstain. And again, it goes back to things like the volume of blood in the cast-off. Even something that might be absorbent like denim, if it's a very small volume, then it may not be enough blood to really be disrupted when it strikes that surface. It really depends on several factors.
Okay.
I think there was another portion to your question, but I forgot it now.
Well, I think the actual question was in making your conclusions as to some of the things that you've said today, whether it's a circular stain, whether it's a elliptical stain, I think you talk about, or if it's a transfer stain. Would the surface have an effect on each of those different possible patterns? Or
Yes.
how you identify them?
Target surface is an important consideration with any bloodstain pattern. How will this particular surface affect the blood as it's transferring from a fluid to a drying stain on the surface? So surface is important. In terms of linear, we're looking for not just on a flat surface, but linear distributions can be identified on contoured surfaces, or a solid surface versus an absorbent. In the context of the scene, you may or may not be able to make that determination.
Okay, so we've got another 90 minutes to go or more, because the defense attorney said he needs probably about the same amount of time as the state had or more. And they took over 2 hours. Yep, they took almost 3 hours for even though they said 1 hour for this witness, 3 hours later. This will probably be the rest of the day. So I'll have to change my thumbnail for tomorrow's stream, because I thought maybe we'll be at closing arguments. It seems not. Also, okay, first, Teresa Jones said, being on these true crime streets several years, Grizzly, you are the absolute best. Thanks for all your hard and factual work. Thank you so much. You got all that experience from the true crime streets, and you say that, I really appreciate it. Also, please do not leave ageist comments about witnesses or anyone here. And in case you guys didn't know, this audience here at Grizzly True Crime, this community, 51% are over the age of 60. Okay? So I'm just saying, I don't know if there's some youngster in here saying ageist things. No, you're in the minority, okay? Okay, and everybody's welcome here.
Now, you referenced a DLI report in your direct testimony. It was a private lab that the Commonwealth hired to do an examination. Do you remember that one?
Yes, I remember some of the reports were DLI.
Okay, well, there was only one, and the one was relating to the DNA that was being sought inside Joe's zipper in his button of his pants. You remember that?
I don't recall it being inside the zipper. It was identified to me that some sample in the area of the button or in that area was in fact sampled, and that they did find DNA profiles.
Okay, and did you read that report?
I think I did.
Okay, isn't it true that the request for the analysis was actually not blood stains? The request for the analysis was around the blood stains for contact or touch DNA. Do you remember that?
I don't recall anything in it that says specifically how it was sampled.
Okay, so, but what my question is you spoke about transfer stains to the Commonwealth when they asked the question. You spoke about inside the zipper where the button connects, all those sorts of things, and you spoke about blood transfer stains, didn't you?
I said on the back side of the buttonhole that I could see in the image transfer stains.
Okay.
I did not say what DNA was present in those transfer stains, just that there was a report in that area, and I think it was the button side as opposed to the buttonhole side.
But my question is, did you realize that the request for DNA was not for any blood stains? It was for touch DNA around that area that was described.
Judge, objection, facts not in evidence.
Overruled if she can answer.
Did you realize that?
As I said, I wasn't a party to sampling. I don't know exactly how the sampling was done.
Okay. Well, I guess my question then is, how did it just automatically talk about transfers in that area when that wasn't part of any sort of scientific testing done by the Commonwealth of Virginia or their hired DNA person.
Judge, I'm sorry, I have to object. He is mischaracterizing what is in the certificate of laboratory
Legal
analysis.
objection, Ms. Sands.
Facts not in evidence.
Overruled.
I testified that I saw stains, particularly on the backside of the buttonhole.
Okay.
And looking at those stains, identified that as transfer stains.
And despite the fact that the DNA lab didn't deal with stains at all, was that something that you dealt with the Commonwealth in preparation? Is that why you talked about stains?
I identified the stains because I looked at the picture and I saw the stains and I said what I saw. That is a separate issue from any testing that may have been done for DNA in that area.
Now, we looked at the hip stain that you identified previously, and you were testifying. It was on his Joe Ryan's hip. You testified that there were like fingers that were going down because you could conclude that the flow was going down toward the ground where the picture was, correct?
No, I said there was a blood stain on his left hip, and there was a satellite, what appeared to be satellite with a little bit of flow from that, and that direction of those flows was towards the floor, or in terms of the body relative to his body was front to back. I did not say that that was a contact, and certainly did not say it was from fingers.
Now, did you review any evidence that informed you as to what Joe Ryan's movement was before blood was on him?
There's no way of looking objectively at the evidence for me to determine what he was doing before there was any bloodshed.
Okay. If the evidence was that after he was shot, he started getting up again, so we would have blood, and he was starting to get up from his position on the floor, would that be something that you would want to consider in making some sort of a conclusion for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Any statement about what he may or may not have done would not have any bearing on looking at the bloodstains and looking at what I could determine, any actions I could determine based on those bloodstain patterns.
So when you're receiving this case, you're not talking about what the homicide detectives in this case would have already found at the time that you started working with them.
I don't know what the homicide investigators themselves found or thought they had found. I was presented the documentation and I analyzed that documentation.
Okay.
And I don't recall ever having a discussion with any of the homicide investigators about what they thought they had found.
Okay. Sorry, bear with me.
Bear with me. The lady's like, okay. Buckle up, ma'am. It's going to be another long afternoon.
It says here that you were provided the chief medical examiner's reports, correct?
Yes.
You were provided a DNA map from Detective Terry Leach, correct?
Yes.
You were provided a blood location map from Terry Leach, correct?
A blood location map? I don't recall that.
Okay. Well, if it was in your report that you wrote and it says that you received that, would you feel like that was reliable?
It's his opinion. It doesn't have a bearing on what I do. I look at the documentation separately from any of opinions that he may have formed.
Okay. And so it looks as though you were provided 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You were provided 10 certificates of analysis from the Department of Forensic Science including the DLI case of June 1st, 2023. I'm sorry. You were provided 15 certificates of analysis, including DLI, who was a private lab, and Bodie, who was a private lab. You received those, correct?
Yes, I would have to refer to my report, but I listed everything I received.
Okay.
That doesn't mean everything I listed had a bearing on my analysis, simply that I had received it.
Okay, and I'm actually reading from that portion of your report, so I'm not trying to trick you and do anything like that. It says you have images of Juliana Perez Magalhaes, 31 images.
Okay.
You have images of Brendan Banfield, 180 images. Does that sound right?
There were a number of images. I don't recall the
Okay.
exact number. I have to refer to my report.
I'll go through them quickly because I know you can't just in the moment. 137 images of Christine Banfield, 177 images of Joe Ryan. You have 1,326 scene images. You have evidence examination images, 1951. Evidence images, 308. X-rays of Christine Banfield and Joe Ryan, correct? You have,
If you're reading the list, then yes, that would be correct.
okay. You have 40 Axon body cams from the police department, 37 fleet cams, Axon interview cams. Now, that's what I'm asking about, the Axon interview cams. Those would be interviews relating to this investigation and the evidence that was being compiled as they went on, right?
There were some interview cams of interviews that, when they were done by some detective to some interviewee, and yes, I looked at those.
Okay, and those interview cams, if they contained the factual predicate that I said to you sometime earlier, that Joe Ryan had gotten up from his position on the floor before he was shot by Juliana Perez Magalhaes, would that change your position with regard to what you've described on the hip, if he was in an upright position versus laying down as he was in the picture?
No. The blood stain is what it is. I simply described what it is and what that tells me about this small portion of the scene. Any statements that anyone makes, I do not take as being factual.
Okay.
That's
And
subjective as opposed to objective evidence.
Thank you. And so, going along with what you said, the pictures of Joe Ryan laying on the bed and you, the dog bed where the saturation stain was, do you recall it?
There was a saturation on the dog bed, especially to his left and onto the carpet.
Okay. And so you ended up drawing flow patterns that were going down his neck, right? Do you remember?
I looked at those and I showed where those were to focus the attention on them.
Okay, and that was for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, right?
Yes?
Okay, and so let's just go through some of those flow patterns. So when the flow patterns are coming straight down off of his chin, down his neck, that would suggest to you that he was upright?
Not necessarily. He could be laying on his back and have flow,
Okay.
depending on the position of his head, if it's to the right, to the left, or straight up.
And we're talking about a head wound to the right-hand side, right?
Yes.
Okay, and we're talking about flow patterns that would go down, and then there were some that went down and down the jawline, correct?
There was some that were kind of downward from the left side, then there were some from the left traveling over towards the right, and there were some from the right that went what looked to be pretty much straight up and down if you took the body and oriented in the anatomic position.
Okay, and so those flow patterns that you drew for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury were to show different possibilities or different, different positions, I guess, that blood would have been coming down his face?
was simply showing what's there. This is what the flows were, and the fact that they're in different directions indicated that there was movement.
Okay, so anything on the right-hand side, would the shot through his temple and the blood and everything that came from that, would that cover what happens on the right-hand side?
If his head was upright at the time, then blood could flow from the wound down, pretty much straight down. That's one possibility.
And I know you reviewed the medical examiner's report. Did you see the portion where she opined that there was aspiration of blood? There'd been blood going down into his throat?
I would expect that there would be, and looking at the blood stains on his face, there's some stains, especially just around the lips, that look like they could be aspirated, and I'm sorry, expirated.
Expirated, yes.
That means that any time that there's fluid, blood, and air is forced through that, such as blood in the throat, and he's trying to exhale, then that produces little bubbles, if you will, coming up, and then they fall back. If he's on his back, they'd fall back in the same position, and you see this little kind of sort of pockmark looks in the blood, and that's one way of looking at expirated blood.
But that could be another another source of blood for what you drew down his neck, correct?
Well,
is it possible?
I wouldn't expect for expirated blood, as in just exhaling through blood, to have enough volume that you would have flow from that.
So you're saying that that's not possible?
I say I would not expect there to be enough volume in an expirated blood stain that you would actually have in a situation where if you're talking about someone who's basically not active at that point.
Okay, well.
Shame. This is quite graphic testimony, hearing about Joseph Ryan, but important for this expert to explain. Elisa, thank you so much for your 10 Swiss franc sticker. Really appreciate that. I do like how this expert keeps on saying, no, what the blood was where it was, and it is what it is. And let's not try to read too much into this. This is how it was. So he's getting nowhere, the defense attorney, so far.
And okay. So are you saying it's not possible that any of those lines that went down his neck would not have been from aspiration blood? Are you saying it's not possible?
I would say that I would not expect expirated blood to have the flow, to present that kind of flow, especially where we look at where it's coming from the side. And I really wouldn't expect that much volume if he's laying on his back and expirating through the blood, that you have enough volume to flow down his chin.
And if he was not laying on his back, would that change your expectation is the way you want to answer it?
If he's, say, upright, then I would expect expirated blood to be going away from his face as opposed to coming back to his face.
Okay.
So I really would not expect that.
So when I ask the question, is it possible, you answer, I wouldn't expect to see it. But can you answer my question? Is it possible that expirated blood came out of his mouth down on any of those, depending on how the head was facing?
I think if blood is coming from his mouth, in a situation where you could have expirated blood, then there could be a volume of blood in the mouth, and that volume of blood could overflow and produce flows, say, down his chin.
Okay, so it's possible.
It's possible from blood
That's
to
what I
come from
wanted
the
to get
mouth.
to.
It's
Thank
not
you.
expirated, but it is possible for it to come from the mouth.
Your Honor, I'm going to X out of this.
All right.
He looks worried, hey? Look at him. He looks really scared right now. What do you think? He's like, oh no, it's not going well. You know you want to look into the camera, dude. Yeah, look at it.
Were you able to see a picture on your screen?
It's just your screensaver.
Okay, sorry. Let me see if I can change that.
Shirley says, gee, you need to trademark your eyebrow. Trademark it? Thank you for your sticker.
Ma'am, can you see those two pictures side by side?
Yes.
Okay, do you recognize those pictures?
Yes.
Okay. In the picture on the right, we've taken a look at, in a different form, the Commonwealth's version. And in those droplets, you've described them as droplets of blood in a linear-like pattern.
In a linear distribution.
Linear distribution, thank you. And then, do you recognize the other picture?
Yes.
And that's also a portion of a picture that you've already looked at.
Yes.
Now, the one, I guess, droplet in the left picture, you've described as airborne, correct?
Yes.
But the droplets that you have on the right side, and Your Honor, I would identify this as Defense Exhibit 83.
83, you're not going alphabet anymore?
This is a different,
Okay, 83, okay.
I think, because we were at 82.
No, we were at 80, A, B, C, D, and E.
Oh, I'm sorry, then this would be 81.
This is 81, okay, no 80. All right.
Ma'am, the picture on the right side, you say that these are droplets in a linear, and you just said it.
Distribution.
Distribution, thank you. But the droplet that in the left one is airborne distribution, correct?
Well, I'm sorry, the one on the left is not a distribution, it is a stain.
Okay, so it's an airborne stain.
All
Correct.
of those you're talking about are airborne, whether they're droplets on the, as we look at on the picture on the right, or the picture on the left, airborne in that the droplet traveled through air, even if that travel is downward.
So they're all airborne droplets?
Those are, yes.
Okay, and so there's no distinction between the droplet portions on either picture in your mind?
Well, in terms of defining whether or not they're all airborne, that is, the droplets travel through air, even if that travel was straight down.
Now,
the poor jury, hey.
the other part of the picture on the right was, I think you had testified, actually, strike that. I'll just leave that as that. Court's indulgence for one moment.
Yes, sir.
Cake on YouTube said, I'm 13 minutes behind so far, and I don't feel like the cross-exam is helpful for the defense. It's unclear where he's getting to go. Right? It's just bringing up lots of possibilities. So maybe some reasonable doubt is what he's trying to do, right? Okay. But it's a little confusing and vague, kind of like the opening statements from the defense were, right? That was kind of like, wait, what? So what is your theory exactly? Wasn't that clear? Besides blaming Juliana. Thank you all for buying stickers and saying yes to no commercials and yes, the jury's sleeping, right? Thank you for the no ad fund or the snark bucks. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. And yeah, the jury, shame. The poor jury. They must be like, oh my word, where are we going? Right?
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're looking truly concerned there, Brendan. Yeah, should be. I feel like he can hear us. Is he listening? Do you have an earpiece in? Hello? We're all staring at you. Oh my goodness. Should we go forward a bit?
Your Honor, you can take that picture down. No further questions.
All right.
Oh my word. No further.
George Penn?
We made it to the cross. Do you think it helped the defense's case? Did it help Brendan Banfield? Not sure, but redirect. Let's see what the state says.
Judge, if we can display what was previously admitted as Commonwealth's 222, I believe, under seal.
222 is not under seal.
Judge, it probably, okay, that's fine.
It was entered not under seal, 222.
That's fine. Ms. Dalley Graff, hi. So let's kind of go in reverse here. Where he left off was with what you see on your screen. Let me make it big so we're looking at just that. Mr. Carroll was drawing your attention to this droplet here. Is that correct?
Yes.
And was comparing it to then the droplets that we see on Mr. Ryan's arm. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and I think perhaps there was just a little bit of confusion talking about blood in flight, blood in the air. When we looked at 222, the picture and the portion of the picture that you were drawing our attention to, referencing flow, gravity, and the position of the body, is this lower stain on his hip. Is that correct?
It's the one that shows any type of a flow associated with it, is the one that's on the lateral side, or the side of the outside side of his left hip. And it's that particular stain clearly is larger than the stains that we were just talking about airborne could be falling,
okay,
from above. So,
do you believe that the stain that we see to the left on Mr. Ryan's hip is part of the pattern that leads us then to the droplet of blood that we see on the right?
I don't see that as forming a pattern.
Okay. Do you believe that they happened at the same time?
Well, a pattern, if I could define my term, a pattern is a group of stains that are related to each other, that happen from a single mechanism, a single incident. These are different mechanisms to produce this, and therefore it's not the same. Whether or not they're simultaneous in time is a different issue.
Okay. So then let's talk about the mechanism. Were these droplets produced by the same mechanism?
But depends on which droplets that you're talking
Sorry,
about.
let me be clear. The droplets that we see to the right of our screen on his abdomen, were they produced by the same mechanism as the area of blood, the stain that we see on his hip with the flow lines coming from it down towards the floor?
They don't appear to be the same mechanism.
Okay, thank you. So back at the beginning, Mr. Carroll asked you about your report, and we started with the knife. Let me ask you, do you recall when did you produce your report to Fairfax County Police?
I don't remember the date of the report. It's been some time ago.
Do you have a copy of your report with you?
No, I do not.
Okay. Do you have any documents with you that would refresh your recollection?
No, I do not.
Did you leave it back here?
I do have a digital copy back there.
If you refreshed your recollection with the digital copy, would that enable you to answer the question about when the report was produced?
Yes.
Your Honor, if I may retrieve her digital copy. Thank you. If I may approach. Thank you. All right, when did you produce your report for the Fairfax County Police Department?
Report date August 21, 2024.
All right, thank you. And you did not examine the knife. You said it was not part of your analysis, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, why not?
Because in the body cam video, there were multiple places that showed where the knife was altered, if you will, by officers in the scene. That is, officers coming in, walking in the area where the knife was. You see the knife in one orientation, then another orientation. It gets flipped over, it gets pressed down. So based on that, anything that's on the knife could have been transferred from the floor to the knife. There's also bedding, fabric that's on the floor, part of which has saturations to it. So that could have transferred from that to the knife. So there were so many alterations that could be seen in the body cam that would confuse anything that we get from the knife. So we don't know if, say, the bloodstains on the knife were there before officers arrived, or if it happened as a consequence of the knife being moved as the officers are coming in and with their footwear, hitting it, pushing it, stepping on it, and so forth.
All right. At the same time, Mr. Carroll asked you about swabbing the gun, and you indicated that you did not observe any samples taken from the gun. Is that correct?
That's correct. I was not a party to the sampling itself.
All right. But you did receive DNA results from testing performed on the sheet underneath where the gun was resting when police entered the room. Is that correct?
If I may refer.
Yes, that's fine.
Well, sorry, it doesn't list it as far as, the items are not listed with the name of the report, and I don't think I included in my report anything about that particular stain. I didn't see the stain. I didn't see it in the body cam and the still images in the scene, and I don't recall getting pictures of the sheet itself where someone else looked at that, so that wouldn't be I'm not going to analyze something I didn't actually
Sure.
look at.
Sure, understood. But you did receive the certificate of laboratory analysis indicating that that sheet was tested.
I remember being aware that there was testing based on a pattern that someone else saw in the evidence examination outside the scene.
Okay, and that certificate of analysis was reflective of the results of testing the sheet from the gun's first position on body-worn camera, is that correct?
Well, again, I only know that from things I've heard said. I didn't see the pattern on the sheet,
Sure.
so I didn't make an analysis of the pattern because I didn't have it to look at. If someone else did that, and which I was told that they did, and that they had submitted something for analysis, okay.
All right. Mr. Carroll asked you, though, about would you have preferred to have the gun tested? You indicated sure, all things being equal. But is there any reason why a test result on the gun would have been unreliable?
Well, again, I can't evaluate something I didn't look at. So one possibility is that looking at the condition of the gun as it's laying on the sheet, it is covered on the one side. If then it's had the same stain pattern on the opposite side, then it certainly could have transferred blood from the side of the gun to the sheet, and then it would be reliable to say it come from that. But not having looked at that pattern myself, I really can't say. There could be other transfers, assuming it was a transfer, and I don't know because I didn't see that pattern.
Sure. I guess what I'm asking is, you testified that you observed the gun being moved from that location. Is that correct?
I observed it being moved twice by officers in the scene.
So if testing had occurred after those movements, is there any reason to think it might not have been reliable?
I have nothing to base an opinion on.
Okay. All right. So you also were asked if it was possible that the blood on the gun had come from the stain on the floor, and you answered that yes, that was a possibility, correct?
Looking at the side of the gun as it's laying on the mattress, it's consistent with a transfer front to back on the gun, fully that side of the gun. And one possibility for that is that it was in fact on a saturation stain, or it possibly could have been a blood pool or some other transfer, because it appears to be a transfer pattern on the full side of the gun.
Is it possible that that transfer pattern was created by a bloody hand?
I didn't see anything that in the pattern that would tell me it was a bloody hand, unless it's a hand in motion, and it really I didn't see striations that I could identify motion. So I don't know if just bloody hand contacting the gun would be right or not. If it's a transfer just from holding a gun in a normal position, I wouldn't expect it to have all along the full length front to back. As long as you're holding it in the normal position, I would expect a bloody hand to transfer blood around the grips and possibly a portion of the slide, especially directly above, or I'm sorry, below the trigger, or just above the trigger guard. That's normally what we see in bloody hands handling a gun. In this case, it looks like a transfer full front to back length. That looks a little bit more like a broader surface, like on a saturation stain or in a blood pool. But other than that, I don't have enough information to make any further determination.
Okay, thank you. If we go back for a moment, Mr. Carroll asked you about the injury on Mr. Ryan's thumb and whether or not it was consistent with injuries sustained by someone who's using a knife. You explained what did the injuries look like from slippage on a knife?
Typically, if you're looking at a knife slipping, a person wielding a knife, especially repeated blows, without a hilt on the knife, then their hand may slip down, usually down the blade, and they could get a cutting injury themselves. That's not an uncommon thing in multiple stabbing situation.
In your review of Mr. Ryan's autopsy, did you see any such wounds?
No.
All right. Mr. Carroll asked you about testing the blood saturation stains on the carpet in front of the dresser and the stain closest to the foot of the bed. You indicated that there was no reason to test the stain in front of the drawers because we know the source. Can you elaborate? Who was the source?
Well, I would say the source would be Christine Banfield, because when officers come in, where you see that saturation in front of the chest of drawers is where her upper body was. And we could see that Mr. Banfield had his hands on her neck when the officers first came. They immediately have him move and take over, trying to assist, and therefore knowing from the autopsy what type of wound that is and everything, then that it would be predictable that a saturation would be in that area. So when you see that, finding any other DNA profile in there would be difficult to explain in terms of the scene. Traces of someone else might be there, but the blood itself, we can see the source.
Thank you. Mr. Carroll asked you, after demonstrating with his hands a particular movement, whether or not cast off, like that found on the walls, like that found on Mr. Banfield's pants, could have been created by the hand-shaking motion that he demonstrated. You indicated what? Was that a possibility?
Okay, one, I did not identify a cast off on the wall. There were some elliptical stains, just separate from anything else, so I can't really categorize that other than there's some elliptical stains. Cast off can be from any blood-bearing surface that's in motion, such that blood comes off of it, whether it's a single point, a point of a finger, the point of a knife, any other object that has wet blood on it that's in motion, that blood comes off. If it's flicking of the hands, and if they have bloody fingers, then I would expect to see probably multiple lines that would show that it came off of something of a continuous space, so lines from each one that is more than 1 point. But it's any object in motion, so even identifying cast off doesn't tell you what created the cast off. Sometimes in a scene context, it can be narrowed down to one object, but many times you have to say, okay, it could be this or it could be that. There could be multiple items.
Judge, if we can pull down the photo for just a moment. And if we can look at Commonwealth's previously admitted 185.
What do you guys think about the strategy to have Juliana take the stand on the first day? Like, do you think it was a good strategy from the state, or they should have saved it for later? Because for me, my opinion would be like, you know what? Go through all these witnesses first and then put Juliana on the stand, because then it gets real interesting. You know what I mean? Because now that's kind of far away. Although it does help hearing how she explained it all happened and then hearing what the evidence is, to see if it matches her story. But that would have been interesting. Put her back on the stand. Ask her more questions. How about that? Can they? That would be so nice.
And if I can have that displayed, please.
I don't have a 185.
I'm sorry?
I don't have a 185.
Okay. If I can have the court's indulgence for just a moment.
All right.
$186.
I have a 186, yes.
All right, thank you.
And who will their final witness be? Because they've only got 2 witnesses left. This is 1. Who's 2? Put Juliana back on the stand. Or somebody else, some other previous au pair that can say, yeah, he's a nasty. And he was trying to do the same thing with me. He was trying, that would be so interesting. Can you imagine? Like, wait, what? Anyway, but yeah, I hope the jury is doing okay. They're going to need some coffee.
Ms. Dalley Graff, is this cast-off pattern consistent with someone's hands shaking away from their body?
Well, it's consistent with, for one, it's not just one pattern. There are multiple lines there, and some object, blood-bearing object, in motion so that blood comes off. That's,
all right. Could that object have been a knife?
I can't exclude a knife if there's a blood-bearing surface of the knife and the knife is in motion. That's one possibility.
This feels a bit like
Mr. Carroll
cross-examination.
asked you if...
It is redirect, okay? But we're still all over the place with this.
There had been evidence that after Mr. Ryan was shot, he had started to get up. Would that have had bearing on your analysis? And do you recall your answer?
Yes, I said I only look at the objective evidence. So if I had seen that evidence, it would be described in my report. So it's not based on any statement that anybody made.
All right, and so that objective evidence was not provided to you, is that correct?
Well, the blood stains are what they are. And if I don't see a blood stain that specifically shows me that he was upright, then I can't say that he was upright.
Based on your review of all of the evidence, could Mr. Ryan have gotten up after he was shot?
Objection, Your Honor. I mean, this is
If
going
you want to
to...
approach.
Oh boy. Now let's stare at Brendan Banfield a little bit. The defendant, here he is, 40 years old. On trial. 4 counts of aggravated murder. Okay. He looks miserable. He's like, oh no. Regretting not pleading guilty, huh? I think if you think about Juliana accepting the plea deal, for a moment I'm going to say that was smart of her, because he would have done the same thing, huh? He would have blamed her for everything. He would have taken a plea deal if he could have. But she moved too quick because he was arrested in September of 2024. And in October of 2024, she's like, yeah, plea deal, let's go. Wow. Yeah, Stefan's like, could have, should have. You have to prove the case, prosecution. Sure, if they didn't have Juliana, I don't know if they proved the case. I don't think so.
Let me ask the question again, just so you recall. Could Mr. Ryan have gotten up after he was shot?
Which time?
Either.
It's entirely possible that he would be mobile after the first shot, because that shot went behind his eyes and did not incapacitating. That is, it did not approach the brainstem, it did not take out the midbrain, it did not destroy the cerebellum, it did not sever the spinal cord, it did not shock the spinal cord. It's simply behind the eyes. So there is certainly an open possibility that he could move after that shot.
How about the second shot?
Well, after the shot to the chest, the evidence indicates that they recovered a bullet from the spine and that the spinal cord had a concussion at that point, and that wound path included perforations to the heart, to the pericardium, and so forth. But especially that it would have hit the spine, that he would not be able to get up from that.
So could Mr. Ryan, after receiving the shot to his chest, And Judge, I'd like to share Commonwealth's 241, previously admitted, under seal.
Okay.
Could he have put his hands in that position?
This is it's not exactly a yes or no question.
All right.
Because could a person fall back with their hands on their chest? That's a possibility. Could they do that and have all the other blood stains where they are? That doesn't work together.
That does not work together?
Well, he has to some way have all this blood on his face and be in a different position so that you get blood on the left side of his face, not just the right side. And now he's laying here. So the answer is I don't see how with both of those together, I mean, there's a sequencing issue then, especially if we determine that the headshot was in fact the first and then the chest shot. So.
Can you explain, I'm sorry, you said there's a sequencing issue. What is that sequencing issue?
Your Honor, I'm going to object.
All right, I'll sustain the objection at this point.
To understand your testimony, if he had fallen like that, his hands could be in that position. Is that correct?
His hands by themselves could possibly, I can't say that I've ever seen one fall quite like this, but could possibly, if he already had his hands kind of in front of him, it could fall back and they just fall into that position.
But knowing his injuries following the second gunshot wound, could he have intentionally placed his hands in that position?
Once again, Judge, I'm going to object.
I'll sustain the objection.
All right, that's fine. I think we've gotten there. Thank you. No further questions.
All right, is this witness subject to recall?
Judge, just for the moment.
All right, so since you're subject to recall, you cannot discuss your testimony with anybody, and you're still subject to the rule on witnesses, okay? All right, you can have a seat outside. Let's go ahead and take our afternoon break for 15 minutes. We'll come back at 3:30. Again, do not discuss the case with anybody and don't do any outside research, okay?
The judge, she's looking frustrated. The state says, it's okay, I think we got there. I don't think so. I don't think you got anywhere. And you can't ask that lady about his hand positions, can you? Stefan says, sounds like speculation hour, not a redirect. I know, right?
All right. You have one more witness, is that correct? Do you know how long
Who is
that
it?
witness is going to be approximately?
Not very long at all, Judge. I would imagine less than a half hour, probably 10 minutes of direct.
Okay, so we'll probably finish the day with. All right, okay, let's go ahead and we'll take a recess until 3:30.
All rise.
Okay. So we shall quickly refresh the speed. They're coming back in about 8 minutes. Wow. Did you gain any clarity from that, anyone? Was that helpful? I did not find it was. So Brendan Banfield is charged with 4 counts of aggravated murder, 2 counts for the death of Christine Banfield, 2 for the death of Joseph Ryan. Okay. So these charges stem from the alleged premeditated and orchestrated nature of the killings, with prosecutors asserting that he planned the murders as part of a scheme involving his affair with the family's au pair, Juliana Perez Magalhaes, to avoid divorce and custody issues while framing Joseph Ryan for Christine's death. He's pleaded not guilty to these charges. 4 counts of aggravated murder, 1 count of use of a firearm in the commission of a felony, and 1 count of a felony, child abuse and neglect. So he was charged with that. I think that Juliana should have also been charged with that, am I right? Hey, here I am. Not small in the corner right now, okay? So 1 count of felony child abuse and neglect and 1 count of felony child cruelty. These additional charges, indicted in December of 2024, relate to the presence of his then 4-year-old daughter at the scene during the killings, exposing her to violent events. I'm so glad they charged him with that as well, right? But then make sure you bring that to everyone's attention. Like we did with the 911 calls, right? Okay. Like they didn't mention the child in the basement at all in those 911 calls. I think the jury needs to listen to those calls again and be like, oh, you could just hear, after all of this, you could just hear how staged it all sounds, in my opinion. Southern Cat B says, okay, but before you leave, can you ask if the defendant will take the stand tomorrow? Yeah, before the last witness, who will the last witness be? Who do you think it will be? Who's going to testify for 10 minutes? We already heard from the window guy who installed soundproof windows that Brendan Banfield wanted throughout the house, and then asked Juliana if they could test that out, if she could stay in the room and scream and he'd be outside, and she said she didn't want to do that. So he stayed in the room and screamed and she was outside, and she said you could hardly hear anything. Okay. So how do you think the state is doing so far? They've only got one witness. Do you think they proved their case? Sure, I think Juliana's testimony is like so essential. If without that, I don't think so. Without Juliana, this guy would have walked. Right? And also, someone said earlier that Juliana was offered a plea deal for just a misdemeanor before, and she turned that down. I know that. But then, when Brendan was arrested, she was like, what? Okay, I'll accept the plea deal. Whatever plea, yeah, I'll accept it. Because at the time, he was free for 11 months while she was in jail. And his mother was paying for her attorneys. Damn. Until she accepted the plea deal. Then I think they cut contact with her. Obviously, makes sense. But if she didn't do that, I think he would have done it. If they offered him a plea deal saying, well, will you testify against her then? I think he would have been like, yep, give me that misdemeanor. She did everything. She's just this au pair who was obsessed with me, and yes, I had an affair, but like she wanted to kill my wife, and she made this account. I don't know. Maybe people would have really believed it right up, because I think, in my opinion, they're both, of course, equally involved here. Stefan said, I don't think they proved the child neglect so far. Right? Do you think they proved the 4 counts of aggravated murder? Do you think they proved the one count of use of a firearm in the commission of a felony, even just based on the 911 call? I think they proved that. But the felony child abuse and neglect, not yet. They've hardly even brought that up at all, right? Let me quickly check the time here. 2 minutes and they're coming back. So I'm not going to distract us with something too much now. I'm rather going to look at your chat and see what you guys say. Oh my word. Yeah, that could be. Jen and her boy said next witness, McDonald's representative with baby boy's order. Okay, I'll allow it. Do tell us. Did he order chocolate milk? Little milkshake. Little egg McMuffin for his big day. Oh my. Okay. Also, don't you think it sucks? I don't know how else to say it. It's so disgusting, sad, everything, that Brendan apparently convinced Christine to take the day off. Just to relax, stay home. I think he would have wanted that the day before, for his birthday. Anyway, I don't know what they did the day before. I don't think I want to know. For his birthday, February 23rd. February 24th of 2023. To say, just stay in, take some time off. Juliana's going to take our daughter to the zoo. That is terrible. Because I think Christine thought, oh, cool, I'll just, sleep in. And the next minute, it's so early in the morning as well. That's also how you know it's quite shady, hey? The time of the crime. It's very odd. These pre-coffee crimes are very, very shady. Right? Okay, maybe 7:30 is post-coffee, but you know what I mean. Stefan said, I don't think they proved it beyond reasonable doubt. It really depends if the jurors believe Juliana's testimony. I mean, this guy could walk. Imagine that. Oh, my word. Stop it. Can you imagine if the jury is either a hung jury or if they find Brendan Banfield not guilty? He walks, he's free. Imagine that outcome. And then Juliana still got a plea deal. Max 10 years. That will be an injustice of note, eh? Okay. Sure. Tina says, how can you convict on evidence you've not been presented with? I can't believe they're done after one more witness. Really? What? How could that be? They said 4 weeks. I really expected so much more testimony and evidence. Got a little fright last week. Copo said, we have a nice birthday gift coming up for baby boy soon. Life in prison. I mean, if convicted, yeah, he's never getting out. At this point, do you think that he has a chance of being acquitted? That'll be interesting. I mean, there's always a chance. If there's a hung jury, which means they can't unanimously agree on the verdict, right? Then a mistrial is declared and they have to do it all over again. Imagine that. Interesting. That will delay Juliana's sentencing, I would assume, because otherwise if they're like, oh, okay, if for any reason she's out earlier, how are you going to get her back on the stand? No, then he walks, then he's done. Adam Bluefire said to drag in an innocent man from the outside as a patsy is a very high risk, which makes me think Brendan and Juliana have an element of sick thrill. Yeah, thrill-seeking and all this unaliving. I really think that they were into fet life and then some, meaning even more. I feel like the two of them, in my opinion, quite enjoyed that day. You know? Okay, are you ready to continue? We could see baby boys back in the courtroom. Here we go. Wait.
Well, you can, but there's no jury here.
I guess when you went off the bench,
Okay.
was it, I've heard that you were going to have their last witness?
Their last witness, and we'll see where we are at that point.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't know. If it's only going to take a half hour, I assume you have a motion, so we would do that outside I can let the jury go home early, we could do your motion, and then start tomorrow with your case. Does that sound okay?
That sounds good. I just wanted to make sure, because I think there were people here that I had ready in the event.
Yeah, I understand, but I think if it's going
them go.
if it's going to take till 4:15, I mean, I might as well just excuse them.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
Okay. So we can kind of hear some of the planning now. One more witness for the state, which they say it'll take 10 minutes, which we know then is 2 hours later. Okay, sorry. Okay, 10 minutes, 45, whatever. One more witness left. I don't know who it's going to be. Oh, my word. Okay. And then the state will rest. Then they'll excuse the jury. Then the defense will present probably their judgment of acquittal, right? Say the state hasn't proven their case beyond a reasonable doubt, okay? Then the judge might deny that. We don't know. We'll have to see what the judge decides. JB said, gee, I'm late. I'm sorry if you already covered this, but bets on whether the judge will honor the plea deal or not. I think she will. Let me know what you guys think. Okay, and then tomorrow the defense will present their case. Ooh, does that mean Brendan takes a stand? Dude, you look weird. Are you sleeping? Hello? It's just how I paused it, right? Will he take the stand? What witnesses will they have? Oh my goodness. And Dr. Patrice Berry was here earlier and saying that she thinks that they'll call some of the previous lead detectives because 2 of them were transferred off the case. Oh my goodness, imagine that. And then what are they going to say? Because apparently they didn't agree that the 2 of them started the FetLife account. Oh boy.
I just want to be certain.
Okay, sure. No, I appreciate it. All right, thank you. All right, now I'm going to...
You're looking worried. I know I say it all the time. Would be nerve-wracking. Literally, freedom or LWAP? What are you getting? Freedom or never freedom again?
Can you look while we're sitting?
All right, your next witness?
Your Honor, we have called Gary Benson.
Gary Benson?
Who's Gary Benson? Okay, sorry, we're going to find out now. Tonya said, could the state call a friend or relative of Christine's as a character witness to say Christine would never be involved in FET stuff? I mean, I guess they could, but I don't know how compelling that would be for the state, right? Based on, well, they would maybe just say, well, she wouldn't open up about that, or maybe that was a private, you know what I mean? It could go many ways. The defense could go many ways with that.
Madam Clerk, raise your right hand. Swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case under penalty of law.
I do.
Good afternoon, sir. Could you please state your full name and spell it for the court record?
Yes, it's Gary Benson. It's Garybbenson.
Mr. Benson, are you the father of Christine Banfield?
Yes, I am.
Shame.
Who was
Oh, shame. Okay. Her dad?
Christine Banfield married to?
Brendan.
Do you recall when they were married?
Yes, they were married in June 12th of 2010.
Okay. Did they have a daughter?
Yes, her name is Valerie Ava.
All right. And when was Valerie born? Do you recall that day?
March 30th, 2018.
Thank you. Were you present for her birth?
Absolutely.
All right. Where did that occur?
It happened at the hospital in New York, Good Samaritan Hospital.
All right. Remembering Christine's childhood, did you observe any medical symptoms that gave you concern?
Yes, several bruising, bloody noses.
Were they more than the average child's
Yes,
experience?
yeah, it was a concern to a pediatrician as well.
Judge, I'm sorry, I'm going to object about medical testimony.
Objecting to medical testimony.
Your Honor, at this point in time, he hasn't testified to medical
Okay,
information.
I'll overrule the objection at this point. Yes.
Thank you. Tell me about the nosebleeds. What did you observe?
They were frequent and very hard to stop. So the doctor was, why we brought it to the doctor to go over that reasoning.
All right. Did you have to do anything to help her with these nosebleeds and bruising?
Well, yeah, we would do normal, put ice packs on the back of her head, keep her elevated so that, until it stopped, which was prolonged. Took quite a long time for them to stop.
And after these experiences, did you seek help of a medical professional?
Yes, we took her back to the pediatrician who suggested that she be tested by a...
Without telling us what the pediatrician told you.
Oh, you just asked me what I did.
I
sorry.
understand. So let me ask you that question. What did you do?
We took her to the doctor.
Okay. Did you take her to just one doctor?
No,
Okay. How many doctors did you take her to?
my recollection too.
All right. And after taking her to these doctors, did you form an understanding of why Christine bruised easily and her nosebleeds were difficult to stop?
Yes.
Okay.
Judge, I'm going to object. That's informed by the medical professor.
All right.
We should have here if we're going to.
Okay, I'll sustain the objection unless you have a different...
Yeah, Judge, if the
foundation.
objection is hearsay, there's an exception. If the objection is foundation, we can go farther into how he formed his understanding.
What's your exception to hearsay?
Sure, Judge.
If you want to approach.
So, Judge,
You can approach, please.
I was confused for a second, like, wait, who had the nosebleeds and the bruising? Because he said pediatrician, but then they saying Christine. So maybe it means when, Christine was younger. I don't know. But Christine had frequent nosebleeds and bruised easily. Okay. So I want to, where's the state going? Yeah, that's your former father-in-law, dude. Like, what the hell? Okay.
As a result of Christine's easy bruising and nosebleeds, did she need to take any precautions?
Did she take any precautions? Well, as a parent, we took precautions to safeguard. When she rode her bike, she had to wear a helmet, knee pads, hand pads. Same thing with rollerblading. She was one that, when she was little, she liked to do all that stuff, but we restricted her from doing that because of all the injuries that she was getting like that. And so, you know, that continued for quite some time, keeping a close eye on her.
Did you provide her with any medication to take?
She didn't take anything on a regular basis. There was no medication for it at the time to take on like a maintenance drug or anything like that.
I'm sorry, there was not a maintenance drug?
There was no maintenance drug for what was the cause of everything.
When she was little, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Was there a treatment drug?
There was a treatment blood, you know, for the blood disorder, yes.
And did she receive that drug from you?
Not from me, only it was administered by a doctor.
Okay. To your knowledge, did she continue to have these issues as an adult?
Yes.
And what, if any, precautions did she have to take as an adult?
Well, she always had to be cautious and not take any contact sports, anything that would prolong any kind of injury, internal or excessive bleeding would cause a problem.
When she was pregnant and due to give birth to Valerie, were you present with her
Yes.
when decisions were made
Judge,
about?
I'm sorry, I'm going to object as to the medical care aspect of this, because I think we're getting into medical care.
I don't know if we are or not. I'll overrule it at this point.
When she was preparing for her delivery,
Yes.
were there any precautions that she took for that event?
Yes, she had to take medication.
And again, you were present during the delivery, is that correct?
I was in the hospital at the time, yes.
All right. Judge, I don't believe I have any other questions.
Okay.
Thank you.
Cross-examination.
That's it? That's what you got? So the jury has to put two and two together? That she would maybe have not, as you guys are guessing in the chat, okay, maybe Christine then wouldn't have obviously been into knife play or things like that because she'd bruise easily and had a blood disorder. Okay.
One more.
Sure, yes, sir.
If you missed this earlier, don't worry, there will be timestamps. In the lunch break, we looked at a clip of Juliana saying a few things right to the police before she accepted the plea agreement. And she had said that she saw Brendan stabbing Christine, and the question they asked was, what did Christine say? And she said, Christine said, just leave me here, I'm going to bleed to death anyway. With blood disorder, that makes more sense now. She may have actually said that at some point, which is so disturbing, my goodness.
Good afternoon, Mr. Benson. Christine, as an adult.
Can you speak up a little bit more? I can't hear you.
Thank you. Christine, as an adult, would play kickball and volleyball, correct?
To my knowledge, she did play sports.
Okay.
Non-contact sports, yeah.
Did she take any precautions like wearing helmets or anything like that, like when she was younger? In those
When she
sports?
was younger, she did. I don't know what she did as an adult when she didn't live with us.
Okay, so you weren't certain of her as an adult. How long had it been since she'd lived with you?
When she graduated college, she moved out on her own.
Okay, and so probably 15 years?
Thereabouts.
Okay, and during that time, were you aware of her like competing in obstacle course type things called a mud run?
No, I'm not familiar with it.
Did you ever hear about it?
I'm not familiar with it, no.
Okay, it's kind of like a obstacle course where you're jumping over fences and.
Judge, counsel's testifying objection.
All right, I'll sustain the objection. Next
Okay.
question.
So you haven't heard about her doing any of those sorts of things, correct?
I'm not aware of it.
Okay. One moment.
Sure. All right, no further questions, redirect?
Just one redirect. Mr. Benson, you were able to testify that precautions were taken at the time of Valerie's birth. Was Mr. Banfield present at Valerie's birth?
Yes, he was in the room with her.
How is that redirect?
How is that redirect? I'll
It's
sustain
withdrawn.
the objection.
Thank
Any
you.
other questions?
No, thank you.
All right, Mr. Benson, you can have a seat in the courtroom. Thank you, Mr. Benson.
I don't know what the hell that was. State, what are you doing? What are you doing? You look defeated. This is not going well. That was your last witness? Wow. A lot of assumption, huh? A lot of vague. If it wasn't for Juliana, now it's up to the jury. Do they believe Juliana's story or not?
All right, next witness for the Commonwealth.
Sorry, and they're going to rest now. Of course, the defense still has to present their case, which could get interesting.
All right, the Commonwealth rests.
Without asking Ms. Chrysler, if I can take that back for just a second.
Okay, yeah, I'm sorry, yes.
Sorry. Judge Commonwealth rests.
All right, the Commonwealth rests. Ladies and gentlemen, I have a few housekeeping matters I have to take care of with the attorneys at this point, and that, based on the water issue, I'm going to go ahead and let you guys go ahead and go home a little early today, okay? So please do not look at any of the media, do not discuss the case with anybody, don't do any outside research, and we'll see you early in the morning, okay? We'll continue on with the defendant's case, okay? Thank you.
That was bad. I don't know if the state's case is strong. Except for Juliana. That was interesting. So, he will have to take the stand if he has any chance. Because then he has a chance, I think.
All right, yes, sir, your motion?
Yes, thank you. Your Honor, this comes on our motion to strike. You currently have before you a 5-count indictment that was returned on September 16th, 2024. The makeup of the indictment was designed to cover a whole series of circumstances. The 5th count was use of a firearm in the commission of a felony. In addition, there were 2 additional indictments relating to child abuse and child neglect that were then sought through direct indictment again in December. I'm moving to strike all of those charges. What we have up to this point in terms of evidence, Judge, we haven't heard a single word from a single detective that was involved in the homicide division. We haven't heard any sort of credible evidence relating to what was espoused as a theory of catfishing for years now, and had been working toward that. In fact, you have the only person that has even suggested anything, and this is probably the 3rd or 4th time that story has changed, is Juliana Perez Magalhaes. She's now testifying to what appears to be intended to fit right into whatever the Commonwealth's theory was regarding that, but doesn't even make it that far. She can't answer any questions with any sort of detail. In fact, without the absolute direct and oftentimes leading questions related to the Commonwealth, she wasn't able to answer a single thing. We went through in painstaking detail the numerous messages that at one point she might have said something about, but now she doesn't remember. In fact, I'm not sure her testimony is worthy of consideration, because she got to the point when I would ask questions, she would say, if you keep asking questions like that, I'm just going to tell you I don't know. And that happened numerous times, despite the fact that we patiently went through the evidence that we needed to go through in order to test and challenge her story. That story doesn't amount to, even in the light most favorable to the Commonwealth, something that's sufficient in order for these charges to go ahead. The charges themselves are an interesting, and I'll paraphrase essentially what needs to be shown, is that my client killed Joe Ryan after killing Christine Banfield. And the alternative, my client killed Christine Banfield after killing Joe Ryan. Then the next set of charges, which at least scream out that they're just a catch-all, is that my client killed Joe Ryan and within 3 years killed Christine Banfield. My client killed Christine Banfield and within 3 years killed Joe Ryan. We don't have any sense of what happened on that day, even in the light most favorable to the Commonwealth. There's no indication of who was killed and then who else was killed. There's no evidence to support that even in the light most favorable to the Commonwealth, under that statutory or that indictment scheme that was presented by the Commonwealth's office. As to catfishing, there's no indication, and there's certainly no evidence that would be credible toward that. And the Commonwealth committed during my motion for bill of particulars in September that that was the theory that they were going on. Obviously, that doesn't appear the case because there's just not sufficient evidence. So we move on then to the evidence of Ms. Graff and the testimony. She tried desperately to paint a picture. Crime scene reconstruction, though it may be available all around the world, is not available in Virginia. And one of the reasons why this testimony has probably not met where the Commonwealth needs it to meet is that there's no indication as to timing. And those 4 indictments are all about timing. And so this isn't something that, hey, if they get close with their evidence, this is about in the light most favorable of the Commonwealth, they have to have a prima facie evidence as to each individual indictment. And the way it currently sits now with no timing evidence, with no actual confirmational evidence, first regarding that whether or not Christine Banfield, which is the threshold that they have to have shown at this point, is that she somehow abandoned her devices and this scheme came into place, which we've heard about for a year from various motions and various pleadings. And so this is the time when you're in a situation where you have not heard from a single homicide detective, though there were at least 12 in place at the time. You haven't heard a single thing from any of the command staff about this investigation. You haven't heard anything from the people that were doing this investigation except for Detective Leach. And Detective Leach has a specific purpose in this, and this is to introduce the items of evidence that he took photos of and the items of evidence that he sent away to the lab. There's nothing in any of the lab analysis that's been said that would implicate my client. And in fact, in listening to all of the evidence, it appears the testimony, the identification of any blood, if it was even done, would show that Joe Ryan and Christine Banfield are the contributors. This, Judge, is not surprising given the horrific situation that was there, but it was a situation not of my client's making and was not something that he did. And so, Your Honor, I don't believe there's sufficient evidence, even in the light most favorable of the Commonwealth. And I believe that there's an obligation when you have someone who has changed their story so many times on the part of the prosecuting authority to take that into consideration. But let alone those issues, which will be taken up, I guess, at a later time, we have these indictments, and those indictments are the indictments that they chose to seek. They're the indictments that they had to work toward in order to be able to present the prima facie case, or in the light most favorable to the Commonwealth. Your Honor, I'd respectfully suggest that they've missed their target. There's not sufficient evidence, and I'd ask that you strike the five count indictment and even less evidence regarding what was indicted later on, which are the child-related charges. And thank you.
All right, thank you. Yes, ma'am?
Okay. I mean, I've never agreed so much with the defense attorney. Shame. Where are all the detectives? Put them on the stand, man. The hell was that, State? What a weak way to end as well. Shame. And poor Christine's dad. Oh my goodness. Okay. Imagine if the judge is like, okay, let's hear it from the state. Yeah, okay, I grant the motion to strike. What? We'll be like, oh my word, he's walking. Let's hear what the state says.
If there is anything specifically the court would ask the Commonwealth to address. If not, I would simply point to the court that in the light most favorable to the Commonwealth, the evidence has been presented that Mr. Banfield shot and killed Joseph Ryan, that he stabbed his wife Christine, that all of that was done while his 4-year-old child was left in the basement, unattended, in a home where weapons were not only present but were in use, that the event in the light most favorable to the Commonwealth was in fact staged by the defendant in conjunction with the assistance of his nanny, and that at this point, I believe the evidence is sufficient to meet the standard before the court.
All right, thank you. Anything further your motion, Mr. Carroll?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. And the factors of this case, just for the record, there's 2 different numbered indictments. The indictment 2024-666 are the indictments with the 4 counts of aggravated murder and a use of a firearm. As far as the 4 counts of aggravated murder, 2 of the counts are under Virginia Code 18.231 subsection 7, and 2 of the counts are under 18.231 subsection 8. As to the evidence in this case, in the light most favorable to the Commonwealth, I do find that there is evidence that can be considered by the jury for each of the elements of aggravated murder as they are outlined in the indictments count 1, count 2, count 3, and count 4 of 2024-666. That's based on the co-defendant's testimony, crime scene testimony, blood evidence testimony, and DNA evidence testimony at this time for those 4 counts. And as shown in Virginia, the Commonwealth can indict a defendant under subsection 7 and subsection 8 for the same murders when each of them constitute murders occurred as part of the same act or transaction, or in a 3-year period. So they don't have to choose at this point during the guilt or not guilty phase as to those 4 indictments. As to count 5, the firearm, there is evidence to go forward that the defendant did use a firearm in the commission of these acts. As far as indictments under 2024-873, count 1, child endangerment, and count 2, child abuse, in these matters in Virginia, it has been found that you can put children in situations that would constitute child endangerment and child abuse. In this case, we have evidence from the co-defendant's testimony that the child was brought into the house, brought into a crime scene. And the light most favorable to the Commonwealth would be that she was there during the occurrence of the events that had happened to her mother and to Joseph Ryan. And therefore, there is evidence for child endangerment and child abuse. And it is clear in the Virginia law that you can go under both the child endangerment and child abuse, and it's not double jeopardy because each statute requires proof of additional facts not found in the other. So that's 2 distinctive offenses. So based on that, and as far as the co-defendant's testimony, I cannot find as a matter of law that her testimony was incredible. The weight of the evidence is up to the fact finder, so I'll deny your motions at this time, okay? So we'll go forward tomorrow. Has anybody been discussing jury instructions with each other, or?
I don't think with each other, Judge, we have ours prepared, and we can certainly exchange.
All right, if we could exchange those at some point in the next 24 hours and maybe talk about them, and if we'll see where tomorrow goes. You have at least 3 witnesses, correct?
I have.
Could you just use the microphone? I'm sorry, I have trouble sometimes hearing you.
I'll have a couple witnesses available beyond 3, so maybe 4 or 5.
4 or 5
I also
tomorrow?
have evidence to introduce, Judge.
Okay.
And so and this is good that we're talking about this, is I wanted to at some point, when it's appropriate, to introduce the first 70 exhibits.
Okay, and you have them in electronic format, just one file each? Okay, perfect. Okay.
And so, but I also will want, because they didn't see it as we were going through it, I want to be able to introduce them, have that a reasonable period for which they can read their sheets, you know.
Well, if there's not objections, I assume.
Yeah, well, I guess as we go through objection,
We're
but that's
gonna
what
have to
my
go through
thought is,
objections.
which could take up some time.
So would you rather do that first before your first witness?
I'm thinking that.
Well, is there any objection first to him doing that before his first witness, going through all his evidence?
No.
And then we'll just go one at a time, and if you have objections, we can cover them at that point. Is that okay?
Yes.
I mean, if you can get with it, if you agree upon some that are not objectionable, that's fine.
Yeah, if counsel could provide them to us.
Yeah, could
that
you
would be helpful.
provide, I think I have, and let's just make sure for the record, for defense, I have, let's see, I have 1 through, oh gosh, 1 through 71, and that's all the letters and jail mail, 1 through 71. So if you can get those to the Commonwealth, and then I have 80, 80A, 80B, 80C, 80D, as in Delta, and then 81. That's what I have for the defense. So if you can get those to the Commonwealth tonight so they can review them, and then they can tell me tomorrow morning which ones they have objections to as we go through them, that would make it faster. Anyway.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, can we do that?
Yes.
All right, and you can, and so you'll go through tomorrow and possibly the next day as well, correct? With your
Yes.
evidence?
Yeah, I do believe so. And
Okay.
possibly into the next week.
And into next week, okay. I just want to make sure I get it straight.
Didn't
But,
expect
if you
that,
start
but
working
okay.
through instructions, though, I'd appreciate that. Yes, ma'am.
Just a question for Mr. Carroll, if he knows the time that we might receive those files.
As soon as I go back.
Okay.
As soon as we go back.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions?
Judge, the only, thinking through the exchange
Yes.
of jury instructions.
Okay.
Certain instructions will be relevant based on what Mr. Carroll
I
presents.
understand, and if you, I
And
mean,
to
we
this
might have
point-
to add to the stack at some point, but if you
Okay.
could maybe just get the bulk of the ones we know are going to be.
Yeah,
part
we
of the
certainly have
case.
the charging instructions
Okay.
and all of the standard Commonwealth
Are they going to be
instructions.
waterfall? I mean, it's.
Yeah, I believe so,
Okay,
Judge.
so, yeah, so you got to get all those so we can get
Yep.
that taken care of. And maybe start thinking about a verdict form too, because it's going to be rather lengthy.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Anything you have, Mr. Carroll? No. All right, we'll see you tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. then. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh my word. Wow. The defense thinks that, okay, so not 4 days. It's not like, oh, well, I mean, they could come back tomorrow and say, you know what? Your Honor, we've decided to rest. Oh, okay, that wouldn't surprise us. We've seen that before. But, oh, he's got, previously said 2 to 3 witnesses. Now he says 3 to 5. So I'm thinking 3 witnesses, not sure who they are, unless it's the former lead detectives that were transferred off the case. Oh, dear. If he has that, then, Okay, and then also, so if he's got previous detectives and I don't know who else, maybe number 4 would be Brendan Banfield. Maybe he's going to take the stand for all we know. The defense also says that he thinks that they'll take the whole day off tomorrow and the next day. And even maybe go into next week. We've heard that before, then sometimes they rest the next morning. So we'll have to just wait and see. We might want to start slightly later so we could speed it up a little bit here and there, right? We shall see. I mean, like 15 minutes later, okay. Oh my word. So what we're going to do now is, wow, the state has rested. Please leave your comments below. What do you think of the state's case? They've obviously could still call rebuttal witnesses. They better step it up. Don't get complacent now. Well, it's too late to say that. Don't get complacent. Anyway, I will see you for day 5. Yeah, which I've updated the title and thumbnail. It was like closing arguments, and I'm like, oh crap, no, now it's like, oh, the defense's case. They're actually going to do that. Okay, cool. So I will see you there for day 5 tomorrow. What I'm going to do is put the link, of course, in the chat, as I always do, like this. I'll show you an example. Okay, click on that, go there. Unless you have autoplay toggled on, then you can wait here, chat to everyone, say goodbye, whatever, while I play the outro, and it should automatically take you there. If it doesn't, just click the link that I share in the chat, and I'll see you there. We'll say hi over there. I'll do the timestamps. See you tomorrow. I'm a little worried. Stefan said if Brendan's testimony lasts 2 weeks, it's going to be a 4-week trial. Yes, that's how we're going to get there. I understand now. All right, everyone. Have a lovely evening and see you tomorrow. Stay safe.